months ago. And to top it all off, we're meeting today on 5 China bills. Let me tell you, we might agree on the threat that China and that Russia and that Iran pose. We can all agree on the threats they pose to our continuing democracy. But these bills aren't being tough on China. These are just bad bills. They have titles that actually don't do what they say they're going to do. H.R. 1398 resuscitates a useless Trump initiative that failed to tackle economic espionage. H.R. 1425 continues Republicans' attack against the World Health Organization, an organization that is critical to keeping all Americans and all citizens of this planet healthy. H.R. 1516 is a hyper-partisan, overly broad approach that would hurt our universities and weaken our national security. The research has borne this out. H.R. 7980 seeks to dismantle the Biden-Harris clean manufacturing boom and end the electric vehicle credit, jeopardizing our national security, handing these initiatives over to China, and actually harming our supply chain resilience. H.R. 9442, it's already law. And now we are having a bill, a standalone bill, to deal with something that's already passed in a prior bill. And this didn't go through regular order. Taking a bad bill and bundling up with another bunch of bad bills just doesn't make it better. Meanwhile, Democrats have a good record on these issues. Democrat-led initiatives like the CHIPS and Science Act are bringing back jobs to America and building strategic supply chains domestically. Significant achievements for both our economy and national security. We are seeing it in New Mexico. We have expanded the Intel plant there, and we are doing this across America. There is broad bipartisan agreement on the need to strengthen our national security, particularly in relation to China. In fact, many of the challenges we'll be talking about today have solutions, and these solutions are bipartisan, and they are supported by my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. Yeah, House Republicans seem to have a great disdain for the word bipartisan. They seem intent on pursuing only partisan agendas instead of actually working with Democrats to get things done. Once again, they are putting politics ahead of progress and partisanship ahead of working together for the people we represent. It's a real shame. Sin vergüenza. With that, I thank our witnesses for being here today, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair thanks the gentlelady. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. And I want to welcome our first panel, Subcommittee Chairman Andy Harris and Ranking Member Rosa DeLauro from the Committee on Appropriations. Chairman Harris, I welcome your testimony.
Thank you very much, Chairman Burgess and esteemed members of the Rules Committee. Thank you for your warm welcome and your kind invitation to testify today. I appear before you today on the Continuing Appropriations and Others Matter Act of 2025. As members of this committee are well aware, fiscal year 2024 ends on September 30th, 21 days from now, at which time government funding will expire. This means that Congress must act to ensure that the government remains open and operating. But indeed, prior to August, the House has already taken clear steps toward completing our fiscal year 25 funding measures. The Appropriations Committee reported out all 12 of our appropriation bills by mid-July, and by the end of July, the House passed 5 of the 12 bills across the floor. Those 5 bills encompass nearly 71% of overall discretionary spending. Just to remind the chairman, our Senate has passed none out of the Senate floor, and that is what has resulted in the current impasse. While this is a good start, what we did in the House, there's still much work to be done. In order to give us time to complete our work for the year, a continuing resolution is obviously needed. Today's bill extends government funding for 6 months through March 28, 2025, and that's the time that would be necessary to do the appropriate conferencing with our tardy Senate colleagues. It also includes extensions of programs that must remain in place, such as the National Flood Insurance Program. Today's bill also provides additional funding for disaster relief. We've seen a large number of natural disasters all across the United States this year, including wildfires, flooding, severe storms, and tornadoes. These funds will help provide needed relief for communities all across the United States that have faced natural disasters this year. Importantly, today's bill also recognizes the importance of securing our elections. This November, Americans will go to the polls to elect a new president of the United States, along with every member of the House and 1/3 of the Senate. Americans will be asked to make difficult decisions about the future of our country. But with so much at stake, it's more important than ever to ensure that our elections are in fact secure. That's why today's bill also includes the text of the bipartisan passed Safeguard American Voter Eligibility, or SAVE Act, which will ensure that only American citizens may vote in federal elections. The security of our national elections is of critical importance to all Americans, and as such, passage of the SAVE Act as part of today's bill is simply common sense. Because although the SAVE Act passed the House of Representatives, again, the Democrat majority in the Senate has chosen not to bring it up for a vote in the Senate. I thank each of you for your time and look forward to your questions today and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Ranking Member DeLauro, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Burgess, and members of the committee. I'm delighted to be here with you this afternoon. I oppose this continuing resolution, which would shortchange our veterans, absolve the House Republican majority of their responsibility to govern, and move us closer to a shutdown. And I urge my colleagues to vote against it. The majority's proposal completely abandons our nation's veterans. We have been told by the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Office of Management and Budget that $12 billion...
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I can barely hear her.
Sure. Is that better? Okay. The majority's proposal completely abandons our nation's veterans. We've been told by the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Office of Management and Budget that $12 billion more is required to provide medical care for veterans who have been exposed to toxic substances. Despite those needs, the majority has decided to provide nothing for veterans' medical needs. I cannot understand how anybody could support this bill, go home to look their veteran constituents in the eye and tell them that they voted to shortchange the medical care they earned with their service. It is disgraceful. And we could have solved this issue had the majority considered a bipartisan path forward at any point during this entire process. But instead, just like last year, House Republicans squandered an entire year by taking us down a partisan path, forcing us to waste time considering extreme funding bills based on Trump's Project 2025 they could not pass and that have no chance of becoming law. 5 bills passed, 7 not. Couldn't even bring them to the floor. Just like last year, House Republicans' refusal to meet House Democrats at the table has left us without time to pass all 12 full-year appropriations bills before the end of September. And now, rather than admitting the inevitable defeat of their Project 2025 spending bills and passing a bipartisan bill to keep the government open while we finish our work, the majority proposes abandoning their obligation to govern, forcing a new Congress to clean up their mess, and they have included an extraneous, partisan, and controversial measure non-germane to appropriations that guarantees this continuing resolution will not become law. This bill will not pass the Senate. The president would veto it. This bill has no path to becoming law. A 6-month continuing resolution is a ploy to force the extreme Project 2025 manifesto agenda on the American people. They want to slash domestic investments in healthcare, education, job training, and every other discretionary program, which will hurt the middle class and the economy. The Republican majority believes a continuing resolution to the end of March provides them with more leverage to force their unpopular cuts to services that American families depend on to make ends meet. The majority knows that the fiscal year ends September 30th and that we cannot fund the government without the support of Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate. But for the second time in the 118th Congress, the majority does not want Congress to finish its work until March, nearly halfway through the fiscal year, wasting time, avoiding the inevitable, and failing to meet our obligations to the American people. A half-year continuing resolution is no way to govern. This is no way to serve the American people. The American people have a choice to make in November, and come January, we will have a new president and we will have a new Congress. While we presumably disagree on who we think will be leading our country and which side of the aisle will hold the gavels, we should agree that it is not right, not in the interest of the American people, for us to punt this year's work deep into next year for a different Congress and a different White House to be confronted with. We must pass a continuing resolution that allows us to finish our work before the new president and Congress are sworn in, and which addresses the immediate needs of the American families, workers, and veterans. A continuing resolution that ends in December, rather than one that lasts a half year, better serves our national security and our military readiness, veterans and their families, victims recovering from natural disasters, and all hard-working American taxpayers. Instead, the majority's bill fails our veterans. The majority's bill fails our military, putting government funding on autopilot for 6 months, which means the Department of Defense cannot execute its strategic priorities, such as investing in cutting-edge technologies and capabilities. Investments in our defense industrial base will be put on hold, including the submarine and shipbuilding bases. Over the weekend, Secretary Austin said in a letter, and I quote, "Asking the department to compete with the People's Republic of China, let alone manage conflicts in Europe and the Middle East, while under a lengthy continuing resolution, ties our hands behind our back while expecting us to be agile and to accelerate progress." He continued, the single most important thing that Congress can do to ensure U.S. national security is to pass timely legislation for all 12 appropriations bills for fiscal 2025. And I believe that every a member of the committee has received a letter from the Secretary of Defense in detail about what are the areas that would be held back if we move to a March 2025 bill. The majority's bill fails our seniors and Americans with disabilities on Social Security. No additional funding for the Social Security Administration's operating budget will result in reduced hours, closed field offices, and longer wait times for applicants and claims. The majority's bill fails the communities devastated by disasters by shortchanging emergency funds for FEMA. The bill provides nothing to address the dramatic collapse of the Key Bridge in Maryland, and nothing for block grants to help communities with the long-term recovery from devastating natural disasters from 2023, including the horrifying wildfires in Hawaii, the tornadoes across the country that devastated communities in places like Oklahoma. The majority fails low-income families, deprives them of support to achieve economic stability and well-being by halting payments for the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program. Failure to extend TANF payments to states for the first 2 quarters of the fiscal year means Republicans are blocking more than $8 billion in reimbursements for state-run programs to help low-income families and children. And the majority is failing to live up to their own promises to the American people that they are capable of being entrusted to do the hard work of governing. They have unequivocally demonstrated they cannot. This bill is an admission that a House Republican majority cannot govern. They would rather gamble on an intervening election than attempt to complete their work on time. Let us hope the majority does not drive us straight to a Republican shutdown. But if they do shut down the government, I have no doubt the American people will know who is to blame. Vote no on this continuing resolution. Abandon this partisan game. Join Democrats at the table. It is past time to govern, and I thank you for the time.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady. Did the gentlelady wish to submit something for the record, the letter that she referenced earlier?
I'm happy to submit the Secretary's letter.
I just want to make sure I didn't miss something.
Yeah, okay.
Very well. Chairman Harris, thank you for being here, coming back and making yourself available to the committee. Just wanted to give you an opportunity to address anything that you might have heard in the last few minutes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the only thing I can say is that the failure was on the part of the Democrat Majority Leader in the Senate, who did not put any of the bills that we sent over there to the floor. So to somehow suggest that the Republicans, for instance, for the Secretary of Defense to suggest that the Republicans are at fault for not having a budget next year in place, an appropriations bill in place for the Department of Defense, I find it a little curious if, in fact, if I heard correctly, that he actually suggested that the best thing we can do is pass all 12 bills. I thought he was only concerned with 2 bills at best, the Department of Defense bill and, of course, the energy bill, which funds our nuclear arsenal. But to suggest somehow that it isn't the Senate's fault for not taking up the defense appropriations bill, maybe it's because in Washington we just got used to not passing individual bills out of both houses, that it has to be a minibus or an omnibus. That's not the way the legislative process should work. The defense bill was one of the first bills we sent over. It funded the Defense Department, and the Democrat majority-controlled Senate refused to take it up. So I'm just curious if the Secretary of Defense is going to write a little note to Mr. Schumer over on the other side of the Capitol to suggest that maybe he ought to take up the bill tomorrow or next week or the week after, and we could come to a quick resolution on defense and take that off the table. But that's not the way business is done in Washington anymore. It's all got to be one part of some big package where you even have co-opted the Secretary of Defense into that to somehow suggest that you have to pass all 12 bills in order for the Defense Department to be appropriated. I'm not sure. I missed that in my pocket copy of the Constitution. I'm not sure it's in there, but that's what it's become. So we are forced at this point, because of the intransigency of the Senate, to put forth a continuing resolution. And honestly, there are 21 days till we run out of money, September 30th. Then there are another 30-plus days until the election, when neither house is in session, leaving us, if we did just punt this into end of November or beginning of December, it leaves us with precious little time, as I said in my opening comments, to properly conference the bills with the Senate. Now, if the Senate had taken up the defense appropriations bill, for instance, in a timely fashion, I'm not sure what Mr. Schumer is doing over there, but he has something better to do than fund our Defense Department. We would be conferencing it right now, and it would be coming to the floor. And our Department of Defense, for instance, would be funded. But again, that's not the way it works. That's the way it should work. And conferencing is not going to be done quickly, should not be done with the end of the year hanging over us. In fact, it will take months to conference these bills. And let's remember why we are late. We're late because the president submitted a late budget. We're late because the Senate refuses to take up the bills that we send over there. And now we're expected to do a year's worth of work in the time between the November election and the end of December. It's not enough time to do it properly, Mr. Chairman. So that's why this bill puts it off to an appropriate endpoint when we have the time to do it. It includes the SAVE Act, which, Mr. Chairman, when I go around the country, people are kind of concerned with the number, the millions and millions of people who have entered this country illegally under this administration. And without the protection of the law in place, could indeed, in some jurisdictions, register to vote, perhaps even for a federal election. This is so important that we need belts and suspenders, because some people will say, well, we don't need the SAVE Act. It's already illegal. This is so important you need belts and suspenders, because this is what the American people are talking about now. They're talking about probably over 10 million people entering this country illegally in the last 3.5 years. Enough to certainly tip an election if the appropriate safeguards are not in place, like the SAVE Act. Again, and I just want to remind everyone here, passed on a bipartisan basis. Because yes, there actually are people on both sides of the aisle who understand the importance of securing America's elections from people who are ineligible to vote in those elections, voting in those elections. So again, this is something Mr. Schumer could have taken up on the Senate. I suspect he didn't, because he might be afraid that it actually might pass. That actually there probably are enough senators there to overcome a filibuster and to pass that act, because it's just common sense if you talk to American people. You go, that's common sense. I thought we wouldn't even need a law, but apparently we do need a law, because now cases are coming up where people who are in this country illegally are in fact on voter rolls. And you know, finally, we have, with regards to the veteran question, the president, the administration took until July to figure out that they didn't really have enough money. They didn't ask for enough money in February when they submitted their budget. Well, that's pretty stunning, because I would think that the whole purpose of them, and I'm sure they have a lot of people in that department that does budget projections, that they should have projected well in advance and requested that money for this fiscal year. So at the late date in July, they come forward and say, no, we actually need, you know, tens of millions of dollars more. I shouldn't say tens of millions, actually over $10 billion more to take care of our nation's veterans. Now, we'll take care of our nation's veterans, and I want to remind everyone that, you know, we are here the whole month. We're here in November, December, January, February, March. If there is a need that is not addressed in this continuing resolution, this Congress is in session for 5 of the 6 months of this continuing resolution, and we could deal with it at that time. Again, a lot of straw men thrown up. I get it. The American people are kind of up to here with the partisanship in Washington. They look at us and say, you can't even agree on not letting illegal people in this country illegally from registering to vote for a federal election. You can't even agree on that in Washington. They're fed up with it. And hopefully it's reflected in the upcoming election. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield to any other questions.
Mr. Chairman?
I appreciate the very thorough coverage that you provided. Yes, Ranking Member DeLauro.
Well, just a point I want to make, which has to do with the last comments on the VA and veterans and holding them. I'll wait till the gentleman pours his water. What they are really doing is politicizing veterans' care and benefits. Let's acknowledge the truth. The need for health care has grown since the enactment of the PACT Act. And you heard my colleague make unspecific accusations at the administration and of mismanagement. The fact is the VA has seen a record number of health care appointments on pace for 127 million in 2024, well exceeding the previous year's record. More veterans are enrolling in VA care. Over 412,000 have enrolled over the last 365 days. It's a 27% increase year over year. There's a record number of claims being processed, already exceeding 2 million, on pace to break last year's record by 30%. This is because the PACT Act is working. Enrollment is up because of the VA's good work to find veterans in need of care, cut through the bureaucracy, get them the services and the benefits that they deserve. The truth is the increased demand for funding is a good news story. More veterans than ever are receiving care. And I wish that my colleagues have thought it was a good thing. This is a Republican excuse that is somehow VA mismanagement is beyond the pale. We made a commitment to these veterans when we passed the PACT Act, and the bill has now come due. It's time to follow through on the promise and deal with the $12 billion that is required to address the medical services that are needed for our veterans.
Thank you. Chairman Harris, if I could just ask you one other question, and it's a little bit on a different topic. And I appreciate the fact the committee did work through all 12 appropriations bills when the work was being done on labor HS. There was some discussion of including a reauthorization for the National Institute of Health as part of the bill. From my reading of the continuing resolution in front of us, there is no such reauthorization of the NIH that will occur as a result of the CR. In other words, that will still need to be done in the after the expiration of the CR.
Yes, that is correct. There was I'll call it generally a organizational reform that was suggested in the bill as passed out of the House, but it is not one of the anomalies in the continuing resolution. That's correct.
Very well. I thank both of you for your testimony today. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized for questions.
Thank you. Does the SAVE Act allow convicted felons to vote?
Excuse me, you addressing, you asking me?
I don't
Oh, whoever, okay, I'll let whoever answer.
I was just curious whether some states do not allow convicted felons to vote, and I was just curious because one of the candidates for president falls into that category. Look, I'm not going to spend a lot of time here because we're actually wasting time here. I mean, you guys, the Republicans, are in charge. You can't. You have the majority. You can't seem to pass appropriation bills. You pulled a whole bunch of them, so you can't get agreement within your own conference on how to proceed. And so we're going to bring a partisan CR to the floor, and I don't know how that turns out. And but I can tell you for certain he's going nowhere. So I don't know how many times we're going to have to do this before we get down to passing a bill that, quite frankly, reflects at least some understanding that these appropriation bills are helpful to veterans and to so many other people in this country. But in any event, I'm not going to waste any more time other than to say that it is pathetic that here we are. Again, I hope and pray that there is a major change come November because this is not the way this Congress should be run. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman for his comments. The lady from Minnesota is recognized.
Sneaking a little snack, so, but thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really won't, I don't want to ask a lot of questions or talk very long. I just want to say this makes sense. And no matter what the talking points from the Democrats are, the fact remains that the Senate Democrats have not done their work. I think Mr. Harris laid that out very well in his opening statement and again in another response to the chairman. But we are in the position that we have to do this because the Senate Democrats didn't do their work. And I don't know if we can express that enough because there's so much going on from the talking points from the other side about veterans and about all kinds of things, all the other horrible things you can think of but then why didn't the Senate Democrats do the work if there was that much concern? And there was that. So that's all I really wanted to say, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman? Our jobs here, and then we can blame the other people for not doing their jobs. But we haven't done our job here by any measure. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member, for your testimony today. Just to underscore a point that our Ranking Member of the Rules Committee, I think, well articulated, and just to be clear on the facts, my understanding is the House has not sent a single appropriations bill for the next fiscal year to the United States Senate. The House passed a few bills, as Mr. Harris mentioned. Of course, Republicans failed to pass appropriation bills for agriculture, rural development, Food and Drug Administration, Commerce, Justice, Science, and related agencies, energy and water development and related agencies, financial services and general government, labor, health and human services, education and related agencies, and then finally transportation, housing, and HUD. So wide variety of appropriation bills that the Republican majority has failed to pass, and the limited bills they have passed, they've refused to send to the United States Senate for the Senate's consideration. So I think characterization to the contrary is a bit rich and untrue. Mr. Harris, I guess one question I wanted to ask you and get a better sense of, it's clear by virtue of your testimony and the decisions made by the Republican majority that the SAVE Act is very important to you and you believe important to the country. Is that fair?
It's important to the American people, that's correct.
It's important enough, in your view, to attach to this continuing resolution, right?
In my view, and I think in the opinion of the American people, they expect that illegal people in this country illegally are not going to be voting in federal elections.
And that's why you've added that provision to the CR, as opposed to taking that bill up in regular order next week or the week after or in October or November, right?
We did take it up, and if the gentleman will remember, it passed the House with 5 minority members agreeing and is sitting over in the Senate. So the bill has been taken up. It's just that we can't, Chuck Schumer refuses to do the work of the American people and, for instance, take up the SAVE Act, because again, I'll reiterate, I suspect that he believes it actually might pass in the Senate. And why it wouldn't, I'm not sure, because I think everyone should agree that people who are in the country illegally shouldn't vote in a federal election. But the fact is, we did take it up, and the Senate refuses, Mr. Schumer refuses to put it on the voting schedule in the Senate.
So then why put it in the CR?
Well, if it comes over with the CR, that's a, you know, and I've been around here long enough to know there are such things that are called must-pass bills. The CR is considered a must-pass bill at some point, and attaching something like the SAVE Act to it might actually reinforce with the American people that Congress actually does believe that only American citizens should vote in American elections.
And given that point, Mr. Harris, why not do the same thing for the $12 billion in funding that the VA needs to take care of our nation's veterans? If you believe that a signal of how important legislation is to include it in the CR, that it's something that can't be taken up during the duration of a CR through the next fiscal year, through March of 2025, that demonstrates that it's an issue of vital importance. What could be more important than the $12 billion that the VA desperately needs to provide care for our nation's veterans? Why put that on the back burner?
So I'll remind the gentleman that the military construction VA bill that was passed by the Republicans in the House actually increased funding for the veterans, and the Democrat minority voted against increasing that funding for the VA. That bill is over in the Senate.
It's not in the Senate.
If we could,
you didn't send it.
Only the DHS bill was held pending passage of H.R. 2. So the Senate could take up their, if Mr. Schumer and the Democrat majority in the Senate felt that the veteran issue was so important, they in fact could take up the military construction VA bill in the Senate, and we could conference rapidly and solve this problem by next week. So I would suggest that, I mean,
why not
that's
do
my
it now?
answer. I would suggest you write a note to Mr. Schumer and ask him why he's
Mr.
not
Harris,
taking them up.
I would just simply say, it is completely within the power of the Republican majority to address it today in this CR. It's not particularly complicated. The Republican majority could decide that addressing our veterans' health care needs is as important as the wide variety of other anomalies that the Republican majority has settled on, as important as the SAVE Act, as the Republican majority clearly believes it to be, and included in this bill. The Republican majority made a decision not to do so. I don't understand why, and I don't think the answer, or a answer rather, that this can be something that can be addressed in December or January or February, that it can be addressed at some point during the pendency of a 6-month CR. I think that answer is not going to comport with the needs of the American people. I think they will find that answer deeply disquieting. Ranking Member DeLauro, if you care to expound on it.
Well, first of all, I would just say, let me just make a point on the issue of eligibility of non-citizens, whether to vote or otherwise. But what the CR does is shuts down the E-Verify program, I might add, which is our nation's system to confirm the eligibility of non-citizens to work lawfully in the United States. So it really
Could you just repeat that, Ranking Member DeLauro? You're saying the Republican CR bill shuts down the E-Verify program. Okay.
Which is our nation's system to confirm the eligibility of non-citizens to work lawfully in the United States. So, it should be. Okay. I think it's this veterans issue is really a critical issue. There's a $12 billion shortfall, and I explained that the increase demand for services, we understood that when we passed the PACT Act because it extends to all altercations here. So $12 billion shortfall. It's medical services for veterans. And this is, you can read, the VA would have, this is the OMB, VA would have insufficient funding to maintain medical care operations for veterans through 2025. Absent this funding, VA need to begin addressing any potential shortfall as early as the first quarter of fiscal year 2025. So $0 here. And the most, it's really a little crazy here because you look at section 144 of the CR, and it gives the VA authority to spend funding provided in this CR for medical service faster than they normally would be allowed. But there are $0 in the bill for medical services. So they're going to spend $0 as fast as they can. Now, it would be laughable if it were not serious for veterans that are faced with grave illnesses and they simply need to get their medical care. You know, to your point, you ask your colleagues in the majority, how hard is it to do the right thing?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Ranking Member, and this notion that the CR as written is some sacred parchment that can't be modified in any way is contravened by the manager's amendment that I understand Chairman Cole has submitted that would address some issues with respect to TANF funding. So clearly it is within the majority's power to address what is a very salient issue, a distressing issue that the VA has identified. According to the Office of Management and Budget, I'll simply quote from their letter to the Congress that, quote, the VA would have insufficient funding to maintain medical care operations for veterans through fiscal year 2025, period. That's the bottom line. So a vote for this bill is a vote that ultimately would deprive the VA of their ability to care for our nation's veterans. It's why I'll be voting no on the CR and why I'll be encouraging my colleagues to do the same. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And I would call on Mr. Massey.
Can we be honest with the American people about what's going on here? This is political theater. I'm going to call out both sides right here. It's all posturing, it's fake fighting. We all know where it ends up. This is Groundhog Day. I don't care if the Democrat is the speaker or Republican is the speaker. We always get a CR in September, and then we get an omnibus. Sometimes there's a twist on that. We might get the omnibus before Christmas, but if we're not good, it comes after Christmas. But that's what's going to happen. And in the meantime, it's political theater. We've got it's good theater. We've got great writers. I wish they'd just come up with a new plot. It's the same plot every fiscal year. What should we be doing? It's already been discussed. We should have done 12 separate bills. We should have done 12 separate bills. But again, whether Democrats are in control or Republicans are in control, we never do the 12 separate bills. Why do we always spend at least as much as we did last year, and why do we never cut spending? It's because Democrats want to grow the welfare state, and Republicans want to grow the military-industrial complex. And we're eventually going to get together, and they're both going to go up. I guarantee it. And both parties are just fine letting the bureaucrats do their thing, which should be our thing, according to Article 1, Section 8 in the Constitution. We are empowered with these things. Most important of the things we do is the funding, and that's the big lever we have. You know, I've sat through now almost 2 years of hearings in this Congress where we've exposed lies at the CDC, shortcuts at the FDA, unconstitutional gun bans at the ATF, over prosecution of January 6ers at the DOJ, targeting common citizens at the FBI, spying by the NSA, illegal mandates for livestock by the USDA, targeting plant vaccine or transgenic plant vaccine at the NSF, and censorship, the censorship industrial complex at the end, of which the NSF is part of, automobile kill switch at the DOT. Now, these are all things I think most Democrats are just fine with, this kind of totalitarian state that the bureaucrats are pushing on us. But Republicans at least pretend to be against these things. But what are we going to do this September? We're going to fund every freaking one of those things that we have exposed. That is the tool that we have, is the funding. Why are we funding things we don't like? We don't have to. Well, it's because we're addicted to spending. And this doesn't do anything about the addiction at all. So let me touch on one point too here that I think is important. Is, you know, a couple years ago, or a summer and a half ago, I suppose now, we did something where we allowed the debt limit to be increased. But as a condition of that, we said if you do a CR that lasts past April 30th, everything's going to get cut 1%. And that, to me, seemed like at least a little tinge of fiscal responsibility was creeping in. But now I notice that this CR, instead of going 1 year and giving us time to do the 12 appropriations bills, is going to go 6 months. Now, let me tell you what's going to happen because this goes 6 months. Number one, it ends in March 28th, on March 28th. Well, the automatic cuts happen on April 30th if the CR went past that. So that is exactly why the Speaker chose a 6-month CR, is so we don't have even the chance, a threat to this town, it's a threat of a 1% cut. We don't want to even, this is like T-ball. The 1% cut is on the tee, and Republicans won't even swing at it. So instead, we're going to do a 6-month CR instead of a 1-year CR. That sets up another crisis next spring where we can do another pretend fight sometime around March. And that fight it'll be the same fight regardless of who wins the presidency and who's in charge of the Senate and the House. And we're basically going to get pretty much the same result. But that's 6 months from now. In the meantime, we can kick the can down the road. All of these things that we've exposed and all of these hearings are going to continue to get funded. But wait, there's a bright, shiny object on this CR. I've never seen one of these. I have never seen a bright, shiny object attached to one of these must-pass bills. Oh, wait, no. It actually happens. There always is. A bright, shiny object. A bauble, if you will. A little something to get excited about. This SAVE Act. It's going to save us all, right? And by the way, this is good political theater. I do like this part of it, that we're going to see almost every Democrat cast a vote so that illegals can vote in our elections. I mean, that's pretty clever on the part of our Speaker to set that up, make you all take that vote. But here's what he's going to do after you take that vote. He's going to take it off. The bright, shiny object goes away. It's Lucy and the football again. And the American public is all revved up. Yeah, we're going to get to save that. We're going to save these elections. We're going to stop the illegals from voting. Really? How are you going to do that in like 6 weeks? I think they're already registered if they're going to vote. Some of them probably already voted. This SAVE Act ain't going to save anything. And particularly because it ain't ever going to become law. It's a false promise to get all the Republicans half pregnant. And then you're going to get fully pregnant by the end of September when you vote for this CR. That is not going to have this, I mean, I hate to break this to you. I mean, the Democrats already know this. I'm not telling you anything special. I hate to break it to the Republicans. You ain't getting the SAVE Act. It is not going to stay on this bill. Why? Because we're going to cave. We're going to cave. Is it a fight worth having? Absolutely, it's a fight worth having. Make those Democrats say they want illegals to vote. Make them take that vote as many times as you can, and then make them go to the ballot box in November. But that's what it is political theater, folks. We all know where it ends up. We've seen it. I've been here 12 years. I've seen it 12 times. I refuse to be a thespian in this failure theater. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Mr. Massey, also known as, let's do it. Is it Kit? Is it Shakespeare? Who is it, right? You know, I think what's really key here is that you are absolutely correct, that this is political theater. I would just object to your characterization of what this first act is, right? Because I think what this first act is an indication of where your values are and what you prioritize. And that is why we are as upset about this first act as we are. Because I've been out in my district. My district looks like your district, Mr. Massey. We talk about this all the time, right? I have a big rural district. I have lots of wonderful, beautiful Republican counties where I spend time with ranchers and farmers and people that I grew up with, and we need to do everything to help them. In those districts, we have some of the most patriotic communities. New Mexico has some of the highest levels of participation in the military. So you can imagine when I go around to my districts, they tell me what they are worried about. And what they are worried about right now is they know that there is a shortfall for the VA funding. And they tell me, right, at the Labor Day parade in Ragged Mountain, it's called a Bean Day Parade, right? You can tell what happens in Ragged Mountain. They grow beans. And the color guard is worried because as one man told me, if that funding isn't there, what do we do, right? What happens to my wife who relies on some of these medications and treatments? What happens to me when I cannot get that check? What happens to my world that falls apart? And he is carrying that flag, and he is wearing so proudly that uniform. And what we are doing in this act, this first act, Mr. Massey, is saying you are not important enough to give you a speaking part. Instead, we're going to give speaking parts to all kinds of other stuff that's completely irrelevant to the lives of the people in my community. That's what is so infuriating about this bill, is that it leaves out that shortfall. And Representative DeLauro, ranking member, tell us, give us a response to the idea of it could wait, it could happen later, especially in this kind of Congress where we can't get stuff through, when, as Mr. Harris said, we must attach things to must-pass legislation. What's your response to, oh, it could wait, or it's the Senate's fault, we shouldn't worry about this?
Well, the fact of the matter is this body voted for the PACT Act. We did. And we said we were going to meet a commitment to our veterans. And what we said was those who had been subject to burn pits, to toxic chemicals, et cetera, we weren't going to curtail it to one episode, but we were going to broaden the base of that so that we could provide the best medical services that we could to our veterans. Now, it's time to pay the bill. There is a $12 billion shortfall. And you can, again, as I'll say, folks want to talk about mismanagement, but think about if you extend that PACT Act and that legislation to veterans of all wars. So the numbers have escalated. So maybe the fact that you don't like the accounting a system in terms of the VA, but today there's a $12 billion shortfall. Veterans Health Services are on the line. And do we meet our commitment? Do we do the right thing? Do we keep a promise to our veterans? In addition to which, there's the craziness of talking about another part of the bill where we say they can spend the money on these medical services faster. There's no money to spend faster. So nobody was paying attention to what, in fact, was going into this bill, et cetera. So they're just leaving veterans behind in this effort. And I just think it is disgraceful and shameful. You can't go home to your folks. Nobody should be able to go home to their folks and tell them that we are meeting the needs of the veterans in terms of their medical services. It is just not happening with this CR.
And this is their first opportunity where they could fix it, and they could fix it now.
They could
and
fix
when
it right.
when we fail in our first opportunity, and as the Representative Harris has said, a must-pass bill to prioritize our veterans, we are not giving them the priority they deserve. And instead, what are we doing? Instead, what did they say is the shiny object, as Representative Massey said? The shiny object is the SAVE Act. Now, everybody knows in this room that it is already illegal to vote if you are not a citizen. It is illegal to vote if you are not a citizen. It's illegal to vote if you are a resident and not a citizen. It's illegal to vote if you're an undocumented immigrant. It is illegal to vote already. So that concern that they keep raising is not real. Instead, what did they do? This SAVE Act actually hurts my communities once again, because who do I represent? I represent Native Americans. The first Americans will no longer be able to use their tribal ID to register and vote. It's making it harder for Native Americans to vote. And I might remind people, who helped Joe Biden win Arizona? Native Americans. Who does this bill target? Native Americans. I might remind everybody that who else is it making harder to vote? We're talking about veterans. Under the SAVE Act, you would not be able to use, without additional information, a military ID to register and vote. That's insulting. And why? Why would you go after making it harder for the military to vote? We talked about this when we discussed the SAVE Act. Military participate in our elections at lower numbers than the regular population. They give their lives. They put their lives on the line. And we're saying with that military ID that you are willing to die for this country, you cannot use it to register to vote. That tells you where your priorities are, and that this is indeed political theater. Because it's not about undocumented, it's about making it harder for other people to register to vote. And I want to say, why? Why are you making it so hard for our military to vote? Is it because military voters are increasingly upset with the Republican presidential nominee, Madam Chair? I'd like to introduce the February 2024 article, open quote, "Trump disrespects the military." It's published in the National Security Action.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would point out, Madam Chair, that in the article it points out that Trump has, and I quote, "Trump has not only continued to verbally insult active duty military, prisoners at war, and follow service members. As president, he consistently failed to protect them and laughed off their injuries and deaths." With the military ID, you can fight and die for this country. But their Republican SAVE Act bill wouldn't let you use it alone to register to vote. So, I've traveled my district and heard from folks who are in situations like other people in this room who suffered horrible disasters. Right in my district, we've had flooding and fires. There's a disaster declaration in place to cover the hard work of recovery. But I've also met with the administrator. She was out there visiting the site, and she explained to me what is going to happen. because there is not enough money to cover the obligations to help people recover. And let's face it, a flood, a fire, or tornado, or hurricane, that's not red or blue. That just destroys the lives of our communities. I'm fighting for this FEMA funding because New Mexico has 2 disaster declarations, and my citizens, my constituents will be hurt. But you know what? I'm concerned about every state. Every state, every community deserves help. Looking around this room in Kentucky, there's a disaster declaration in Kentucky. They need help. Texas, they need help. New York, South Carolina, they'll all suffer if we don't fund FEMA shortfall. Representative DeLore, can you describe what happens if we don't provide the full funding that's needed at FEMA now?
It really is pretty incredible. On last Friday, in my district in Seymour, Connecticut, where we had these flash flooding, and it wiped out a rail line. The structure underneath the rail lines just was washed away, and I went to visit the site with the emergency services, with people representing FEMA, et cetera. The fact is that without FEMA funds, they're going to be unable to address the issues and of restoring services. And this is federal money for FEMA, which is, there are disasters, you pointed out, all over this country, whether it is in Hawaii or Oklahoma or Connecticut or New York or wherever, that there was, I think, they've already deferred $6.1 billion because they don't have the money to be able to move forward on projects. This is not something that was created by a Democrat or a Republican or so forth. This is it's a disaster. It's Mother Nature doing something, and these communities are going to mightily suffer, whether or not they're individuals or whether or not they're businesses that are not going to be able to deal with the kinds of services that are necessary for them to continue. If without the money, FEMA cannot move forward. They need $24 billion. And my understanding in this bill, there's $10 billion. That is a very, very big difference in what we need in order to be able to go forward to meet the disaster relief issues that are facing.
So less than half of what is needed. Republicans put in the continuing resolution less of half of what is needed.
Right.
So which business do I say, you get help,
and
but I'm
don't.
sorry, on the other side of the street, your neighbor is not. When we are going to be working neighbors to neighbor, community to community, we must cover everybody. No matter where you live, whether it is in South Carolina or in New Mexico or in Connecticut or in Kentucky.
We've had a disaster, emergency disaster declaration. Towns like Seymour, Oxford, Monroe, all of these places are just trying to figure out how they're going to be able to build back. And without FEMA, they're not able to build back.
And it is just a helping hand that FEMA is coming up. It's just, it's the kind of thing you do expect government to do. When there is that kind of disaster, what kind of helping hand can you expect? And our federal law says we will provide it. But once again, it is Congress's job to fund the government, to fund our promises, to fund the PACT Act, to pass the Farm Bill. We haven't done that. So all the things we should be doing that we are not doing, and instead focusing on items that are not essential in this moment.
Well, I think there's a point with regard to defense funding, and that, this is acute national security threats that we are faced with. And I won't go into chapter and verse because the Secretary's letter does that. But each of the services impacted under this 6-month CR, the Army delaying development of next-generation squad weapon, lethal semi-autonomous aerial unmanned systems, and the Navy delays space and electronic warfare engineering programs. Air Force delays B-21 progress, initial operational capability. So this is a reality. Ranking on labor HHS, not on defense, and the material is coming from the Department of Defense with a reality of what happens with a 6-month continuing resolution. A point made earlier at a different time was that if you only wanted to fund defense and not do everything else, that was absolutely the wrong thing to do because we were all dependent on one another in terms of the overall security of this country. Now we're talking about if this were so important, it would have been done in another way, and let's blame the United States Senate. Look, I'm not one that carries a lot of water for what goes on in the United States Senate with some areas, but this is not the Senate's fault. This is the fault of this body here with a failure to govern, a failure to pass the bills that we could have been passing all along. We've done it before. I chaired this committee, and I've watched tough, hard negotiations week after week, month after month, until we were able to come to a conclusion, and we did it in December. We didn't carry over until the following year. It was with Senator Shelby, with Senator Leahy, with Congresswoman Granger, and myself. We made a decision to get it done and not carry it over. It can be done. There's got to be a willingness to get it done. And in my view, that willingness is not here at the moment.
Thank you very much, Ranking Member. And I believe that this issue of needing to work things on that hard work and hard bipartisan work, I've enjoyed listening to the appropriators talk about how it was done in the past on that hard bipartisan work together. And if there's not anything, is there anything else you'd like to point out? I happen to be the last Democrat, so is there anything else you want to mention at this time?
I think we've made the point with regard to veterans. It's the clarity of that. The military piece, there's real clarity overall with that. I think the FEMA issue, these are the big issues that are coming out of this bill. And above all, we all know that you have to have Democrats and Republicans at the table to hammer out the bills so that in the final analysis, the president signs the bill. Otherwise, the government shuts down. That's not what happens with other pieces of legislation. That happens with the appropriations bills and with the funding bills. We can come together. We have in the past. There is no doubt in my mind that if there is a willingness to do it, let's do it. We can get started and we can make it happen by mid-December and going forward.
Thank you for your optimism, Ranking Member DeLauro. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. And I would yield to Mr. Norman.
Mr. Lawyer, you mentioned national security threat.
Yeah.
Is the invasion at the border a national security threat?
I'm talking about what's here in this bill in terms of defense funding and commenting on the letter. I don't know if you've received a copy of Secretary Austin's letter, where he outlines very, very clearly what the downside is if we to the military and to our national security.
No, is our national security under attack by the invasion at the border, yes or no?
Well, I don't know. I don't understand what your question is in relation to you. Are you talking about?
You said this was a national security threat if we didn't pass. Let me just, I'll let you finish. Look, can I just ask the question?
Sure, go ahead.
Go
right ahead.
I just caught the tail end of you saying this, not funding
the Defense Department.
Defense Department through, I guess you're wanting through the end of this year.
Yeah.
Was a national security threat. Is the invasion at the border a national security threat?
I don't understand what that has to do with the continuing
resolution.
Really? Yeah. What does it have to do with the continuing resolution? Your continuing resolution. This is a one corner. The Republican House majority. The Senate hasn't participated.
The national security threat has everything to do with the funding. The national security threat, that invasion at the border that your administration has saddled us with is a threat to this whole system of
Well,
government. Let me just tell you this.
Well, go ahead.
The fact that we are putting the SAVE Act with this to verify whether you're a citizen or not, I think has a lot to do with the integrity of this country and our voting system.
Well, I would just say to you that if you were very, very concerned about the border security issue, then you would have been able to pass the bipartisan bill that came out of the United States Senate.
That's not true. That's not true.
The Border Patrol.
You were
border
15. It was
security-
15,000 per day. That was a farce.
Okay.
Just to get, and you know
I'm
that.
focused on this continuing resolution.
I get that.
And the lack of, where the Defense Department has told us that the shortfall and the inconsistency for them over the next 6 months have real problems in terms of our national security.
The inconsistency of particularly Lloyd Austin. He is a national security threat by what he's allowed to happen to this country. He hadn't spoken one word up on the invasion that's happened at the border. And for you to sit here and say this is a national security threat when you and your party have allowed 15 million in this country is a travesty. And the American people are going to hold you accountable for it. Mr. Harris, would you give me your take on our national security threat and what's happened the last 4.5 years under this administration?
Well, I mean, clearly the southern border is a national security threat. We know it on a daily basis. We see it on our TVs. The American people see it on their TVs. That's why the American people actually strongly support the SAVE Act. They think it's just common sense that you actually should put in place. You know, the issue was that we already have a law in place. In fact, the gentleman from South Carolina, I think, fully understands that law is not very clear because the establishment of intent is unclear in the law. So, for instance, if you go into the Department of Motor Vehicles in the state of Maryland and you are an illegal, because an illegal alien can own a car, they can get a driver's license, they can do that. You sit at a computer screen and a screen flashes up and says, well, do you want to register to vote? So what they have to do is they have to push yes. And there is the DMV person, and I know because I did this a couple times, DMV, they don't come and say, oh, but you have to be an American citizen, or you have to be this. They're not going over the rules with you. So in fact, the way it's established, the way some states have established voter registration, allows the illegal alien to register to vote, perhaps without intending to do it, to break the law. The SAVE Act fills in the loophole. Again, it's a belts and suspenders approach. The American people expect it because the reports of people voting illegally.
Is it accountability?
Yeah, look, the fact of the matter is that there are states who push back against it because I think, honestly, some states don't mind if illegal aliens vote in federal elections.
But when you check the box, what the SAVE Act does is puts penalties in place for those who bypass it, ignore it, overlook it. We got 15 million here that my good friends on the other aisle don't want any accountability for. They just want you to say there is no problem. I think it's constitutional, isn't it, that you have to be an American citizen to vote?
It absolutely is. Again, it's a belt and suspenders approach, and I'll correct the gentleman. We don't have 15 million people here illegally. We probably have well over 20 million now because we have 10 million just in the last 3.5 years.
And I will tell you what came alive with me the past 2 weeks. You realize there are over 320,000 children, unaccompanied minors, that are into God knows what. Put it into football perspectives. Each state football stadium holds around 85,000. That's 4 stadiums of children in this country, Mr. Lario, of your administration, letting in this country without a parent, without knowing the language, to fend for themselves. That is a travesty. I yield back.
If I might,
yes, ma'am.
You
Well,
asked the question.
I've yielded back,
I'll
but-
ask the chair. Yeah, I apologize. Because there's one piece in this. This is on unmanned aircraft systems and the authority for that. Allowing the authorities, this is coming from, allowing authorities to lapse would weaken the nation's overall security posture, leaving critical infrastructure, public spaces more exposed to drone-related threats. Additionally, it would provide transnational criminal organizations with more opportunities to use drones to evade detection and carry out illegal activities across borders.
What's your point?
The point is that there are systems that are not going to be able to be utilized that could potentially address what you are talking about in terms
They
of
utilized the balloon from China. They utilized that, didn't they? The balloon from China that was utilized.
I was responding to your issue of dealing with the border. This is something that would deal with it, and it is eliminated.
If you wanted to deal with the border, you would have done it 4.5 years ago. You didn't do it.
Don't talk to me about dealing with the
You
border.
wanted to let the 15 million in but to keep power. It's not going to work this time.
You know, my friend, I have acknowledged a border crisis. We've had opportunities to deal with it. We had opportunities. I've been here for a while. I can remember when Senator McCain and others came together. They came together to put forward a immigration reform, and it was the House at the time, House Republicans, who rejected it in the same way that House Republicans have rejected it in this past year when former President Trump said to folks in the majority, don't do it. Don't give Biden a win. If you're really serious about it, you would have taken on that bill.
If Biden wanted to win, he would have finished the wall and stopped it. He's the one that opened it up, and you know it, and children are suffering.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
You made them
Let's
suffer
take
when
a
you
breath.
separated them from their families.
I'm going to recognize Mr. Roy.
I thank the gentlelady. I thank the chair. Mr. Harris, is there anything that stops Congress from passing an appropriations bill at any point after a CR is adopted that would, whether it's an omnibus appropriations bill or all 12 appropriations bills? In other words, if a CR is adopted of any length, whether it be 3 months or a year, can Congress continue to do its work, pass appropriations bills, and override the CR?
Well, the gentleman makes a good point. You don't override the CR. The CR actually has an expiration date for funding, just like our expiration date for funding right now is September 30th, yet we pass appropriations bills in June. In fact, just to correct the record on the VA, and somehow Republicans don't care about veterans, that's the first bill we brought to the floor, June 6th. And it passed the House on a party line vote. That means that every Republican voted, and by the way, the amount for VA medical care funding was at the president's budget request.
Right.
It went to the Senate where it has languished for 3 months. So if we're worried about who cares about veterans and who doesn't, I suggest you call Mr. Schumer up and say, hey, remember that bill we sent over there on June 7th, because we passed it on the 6th, and went over there on the 7th, and it's sat there. The fact of the matter is, it's just that it's an expiration date. It's not the date you have to pay. I mean, we don't have to pass those bills on March 28th. We could pass them in December. We could pass them in November. We could pass them in January. In fact, if the Senate begins to do its job and conference with us, pass some of the bills on the floor. We sent 5 over that. We sent 4 because I think Homeland Security is still over here because Senate refuses to take up a real border bill, H.R. 2, not the phony one that was put up in the Senate. If the Senate takes up those 4 bills that are over there, we could conference them next week. We could answer all these defense questions, all these things that the gentlelady brings up, the ranking member brings up. We could address all of them in a negotiation on the House-passed defense appropriations bill because it's been sitting in the Senate. The Senate hasn't even brought their defense appropriations bill to the floor. Now, again, I will reiterate, Mr. Austin seems to have misplaced the criticism here. The criticism should be on the Senate not doing the job it should be doing with the defense appropriations bill.
And so, just putting a finer point on that, the debate about a expiration date on the CR, in this case, March 28th, is really just a debate about when we're putting the pressure point, right? It's not a debate about whether or not the appropriations bills can ultimately get finished or not. That is a separate question. We have 5 appropriations bills that we've passed. We have 4 that are sitting in the Senate. The Senate has passed how many bills to the best of the gentleman's knowledge?
None off the floor.
0. And so the House has passed 4. We have a 5th that's sitting at the desk. We have others that we've been debating. We've gotten them out of committee. So then the question is the gentleman aware, 4 times in basically my lifetime since the mid-1970s have we passed appropriations bills, 12 appropriations bills on time? Is that correct?
It was before my time here. Since my time here, we have never passed all 12 bills on time.
Right. And how often, rarely do we pass 12 independent appropriations bills even late, correct? Normally it's an omnibus or a CR. I'm not saying that's good. I'm saying that's the way we've been doing things. Is that correct?
That is, and the gentleman wasn't here when I mentioned that earlier in my testimony. That is the way we do it. That's not the way it's supposed to be done.
Right.
But now the expectation here is that you don't pass an individual appropriations bill, no matter how important defense is or the VA is. You put them on a shelf somewhere until you get a minibus or an omnibus. That's not the way it's meant to be.
So
but you're
without
absolutely right.
just a nonpartisan question, House's fault, Senate's fault, Democrats' fault, Republicans' fault, are we going to pass 12 appropriations bills in any way, shape, or form by September 30th? Independently.
I don't believe we will.
On
but
either
it-
side,
But,
right.
but again, there are 4 bills. The claim is the Republicans haven't done their job. We've done our job on 4 bills that sit over there. And I'll remind the gentleman that those 4 bills total up to more than half the spending. Had those bills been processed by the Senate, gone to conference, and come back to the floor,
Then we'd be in a
we'd
position
have
to
a CR
potentially
that's
do a
half as
smaller CR, having done those appropriations. I agree. But point being, whoever's fault. Again, the Senate has passed 0 appropriation bills. We've passed 5, 4, 1 held at the desk, 4 sitting in the Senate. It is unlikely that we're going to have the 12 independent bills passed and signed into law by September 30th. Is that a fair statement?
that's a very fair statement.
And the gentlelady is nodding in agreement, correct?
Of course.
Right. Again, regardless of fault. So my point of saying that is, to those that question the CR, I don't like CRs. I don't like CRs as a way of doing business. But we've got to figure out what to do with one in this context, in this environment. So then the question becomes, what's the expiration date? Question for the gentlelady. You expressed earlier, I think, I just want to make sure I understand for the record, that you think it ought to expire on a shorter time. I think December.
December.
Is that didn't you posit that earlier?
The way we've done this in the past, in terms of the negotiation, we were able to sort out the differences by, mid to later, but in December, getting it done before the end of the calendar.
Okay, and do you know, just for purposes of trying to figure out what that would look like, right, in terms of putting together what would be almost certainly an omnibus, right, probably not 12 independent bills, then in addition, what would be the likelihood, do you know what the timing is of Ukraine expiration and whether that would be a part of the discussion on the funding?
I think that we're talking about the bills that are currently before the body that we have, as you pointed out.
Right.
There are 5 bills that have been passed. There are additional 7 that still need to be. One would have to be sitting down with the view of getting it done in the way that we have done in the past, and that means hard negotiations. And what we did the last time in terms of doing this, and it was still carried over to March, you've got to be done with the extraneous, non-germane riders that are part of the bills. You've got to focus in on what the FRA said in terms of an increase of 1% for defense and an increase of 1% for non-defense. If we follow the rules of the road, we could get this done in short order.
But it would be an omnibus, almost certainly.
An omnibus, a minibus, et cetera.
And
We're not
so,
going to do
right.
individual bills.
Which is one of those things. It goes back to my point about timing, right? It goes to my point about picking the date. We pick dates, just for the average viewer out there, we pick dates based typically on a pressure point. We don't pick, because you can always pass the appropriations bills. We can pass them tomorrow. We could do an omnibus in December, even if we have a March date or a full year CR. I personally would rather just have a 1-year CR. Just set it, go ahead and fund it, and then we could debate it. But the reason I think the gentlelady's shaking her head, and there are others, is that if you don't set the date at a certain date to try to trigger, we're going to run out of money, then there's not a pressure point. And the reason typically it's done in December is not like, some joy, we want to get this done before the next calendar year. Our fiscal year is September 30th. It's because it's Christmas.
Well, we should have done it by September 30th, and we could have.
But it's always done, but the Senate's passed 0. Let's go back to that. Again, not casting blame. I'm talking here for the good of the country. I'm trying to figure out, because Americans scratch their head and they go, what are you doing? And then you look up and whatever always happens. So let's go back to the Ukraine question. The reason I asked the question to my gentleman, my friend from Maryland, did we not start the Ukraine funding with basically a $45 billion funding in December on an omnibus 2 years ago, before we had the plus up this last spring?
Yes.
And so if you're an average American sitting out there going, well, do I want a CR that is expiring on, say, December 15th, setting up a pre-Christmas pressure point wherein we are deciding how to fund government for the rest of this fiscal year, right before Christmas, and the question of Ukraine funding expiration is now out in the press that it's going to be running out of money by the end of the year. Would there not be a potential pressure for there to be a grand bargain of significant spending and an omnibus spending in December, along with potentially another large pot of money for Ukraine? Would the gentleman from Maryland agree that based on your experience in this town, that is not an insignificant likelihood if a CR is put till December 15th?
It's not only an insignificant likelihood, but it disenfranchises the idea of coming back in a lame duck session, disenfranchises the American voters who will have made a decision in the beginning of November, perhaps to take this country in a different direction. And to me, that's the reason why, again, we don't know what the outcome of the election is going to be, but let's set the deadline into the next administration, into the next Congress, because I think that's just fair for the American voters. They're going to make a big decision this fall, and it would be a shame if this Congress, in a lame duck session, did things like that. Again, with the pressure of a debt ceiling, with the pressure of a Ukraine funding, with the pressure of Israeli funding. I mean, you could do the whole laundry list. What it does is it allows a lame duck legislature to make major decisions, and I think that's just not right for the American people.
I agree. So let me move then off of the spending issue to the SAVE Act issue. Is the gentleman from Maryland aware that in Texas on August 26th, they announced the removal of 6,500 non-citizens from the voter rolls? In Virginia in August, the Attorney General announced 6,303 non-citizens. Since 2014, Virginia has removed 11,000 non-citizens. Alabama has removed 3,251. Ohio just announced 597. And I could go on and on down the list of states. North Carolina, 1,454. But importantly, is it not true that under current law, the way the courts have applied the NVRA, that if you're a state like Arizona, and you say, we believe and have passed a law saying we want to ensure documentary proof of citizenship to ensure that only citizens vote in American elections, that in the case of Arizona, the courts have said, sorry, you can't do that for federal elections because the courts have interpreted it as violating the NVRA because the NVRA sets out certain documents and materials that you can collect. So in other words, the federal law has been interpreted by federal judges to prohibit states from ensuring the enforcement of the law that non-citizens not vote, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle present to the American people as an already established fact. Is it not also true that it's an already established fact of law that you're not supposed to be here illegally? But yet we have 20 million people here. Is a gentleman agree that that is a problem that the SAVE Act sets out to address?
So, and again, given the way motor voter registration occurs in Maryland, I wouldn't be surprised if there were thousands of illegal aliens in Maryland who were registered to vote and who should be taken off the rolls. But the upshot is that Congress thought that a belt was enough, and the courts said it's not. We're going to have to put suspenders on this too, and that's what the SAVE Act does. It clarifies the law so that the court cannot go to a state like they did in Arizona and say you can't do this. I think that clarification needs to be made because there are states who care about whether or not illegal aliens vote in elections.
One other question. So we had 143 of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle opposed a bill to overturn the District of Columbia's law allowing illegal aliens to vote in local elections. Now, that's D.C. We have authority over D.C. as Congress. So we put legislation before. Now, 52 Democrats voted for it. I mean, I'll give credit where it's due. But 100 to this point about, well, it's already illegal to vote as a non-citizen. But yet we have 143 Democrats who are leaning into wanting to allow D.C. to have illegal aliens not just vote, but we're being recruited to vote, targeted to vote in what you would call the local elections for D.C. So is it not true that we have jurisdictions across the country, San Francisco, Oakland, DC, like I just mentioned, New York, and other places, that have been actively seeking to recruit and register non-citizens for claim to be state and local elections. So now you're doing that, and then at the same time saying, don't worry, it's against the law, but just trust me in terms of the voters for the federal elections. Is that not the state of things, and is that not what the SAVE Act sets to address?
So that's right. It creates an administrative nightmare. So, for instance, there are jurisdictions in Maryland that want 16-year-olds to vote in local elections, especially school board elections. But you can imagine, I mean, we talk about a voter roll, but in fact, you'd have to keep multiple voter rolls. And we know that some states are better than others at keeping voter rolls with integrity. So it sets a standard that is necessary, and again, that the American people expect. They do not expect a person who crossed the border illegally to have a say in federal elections.
So last question for the gentleman of Maryland, and I'll yield back my time, because it has been raised an issue about the timing of the SAVE Act and whether it would have an impact on this election. And let me share the concerns raised by my friend from Kentucky and others about, how this plays out in terms of timing. And, lack of joy of saying that we're at a place where we haven't passed 12 appropriations bills. I wish we had. I wish we weren't doing a CR like we always do. But we are where we are. And so the question here with respect to the SAVE Act and timing, would the gentleman agree, by and large, I'll posit some things that I think is important for everybody to know, is that the bill would be effective upon enactment, is the way it's drafted, that it will still be effective because a number of states, 22 states, allow for election day registration. So we got to keep in mind, people say, well, people are already registered. Well, that assertion is correct that a lot of states have already registration, and dates that have already passed, but we have same day registration in certain states. We have a significant impact where there's other states that have expired. For example, Nevada is same day. North Carolina, I think, is same day registration permitted during early voting. Pennsylvania has 15 days before the election. In other words, there's still a lot of time between now and election day with respect to those issues. Does the gentleman agree that that's important in the consideration with respect to timing?
I would agree, and not only that, there is no bad time to do this. Because, again, the American people actually think that the protections are in place so that illegal aliens are not voting in our federal elections. And the fact of the matter, which the gentleman from Texas has brought up, due to the Arizona ruling, indicates that those protections are not really in place. So there is no bad time to do it. This should have been done. Honestly, it should have been taken up by the Senate when it was passed, when this bipartisan bill. And remember, this was passed on a bipartisan basis. When it was sent over to the Senate, shame on the Democrat majority in the Senate. They should have taken it up. And again, I will reiterate, I suspect they didn't because it actually could pass, because an overwhelming majority of Americans agree with the idea that people in this country illegally should not be voting in a federal election.
And the gentleman is aware that the legislation requires states to remove non-citizens for their existing roles through the election. So in other words, if we were to pass this into law by the September 30th deadline, we will have funded the United States government, including our men and women in uniform, and including all the things that are concerned about through March 28th, giving time for a new election to have transpired and a new set of priorities to be established, not doing it during the lame duck. And we would have set up a situation in which we'd have the SAVE Act, which is supported, the issue is supported by 80+% of the American people, and it would then give time still to, and require, to clean non-citizens from their existing roles through the election, and the tools, it gives them access to databases they don't currently have a requirement and access to have access to. And so I think that's an important piece of this, in addition to additional penalties for federal employees and state and local election officials that register non-citizens to vote. It enhances those penalties so that you can make sure that we have a belief in our elections. Final point that has been made about the VA, for the gentleman from Maryland, is it not true that we basically have the VA secretary saying we have more people applying for this than we thought, so that those of us who had raised concerns when the PACT Act was passed, and we were saying this was going to create a system that was going to be very difficult to predict and administer and raise those issues. And even some of us voted against and didn't want to vote against because we have constituents suffering from burn pit harm. But we said, this is going to be a problem. And now are we not sitting here looking at the, piper being here that has to be paid, and this is the problem? Would the gentleman agree with that? And then I'll yield back.
Well, I do, and that's why the Congress, in its wisdom, has $112 billion in advanced appropriation to do this. So this is not the emergency that it is being held up as, and evidence of that is that the Senate hasn't taken up the VA appropriations bill yet, and that would be a totally appropriate vehicle to deal with this issue on a more permanent basis. But this CR, because of the $112 billion advance appropriation, it is not essential to be doing it at this time. It's actually more appropriate to do it through the normal appropriations process.
Thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair. Thanks. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an hour or two of questions. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that to you. I would just like to make a couple of points. One is we have a $2.4 trillion deficit over the last 365 days. $2.4 trillion. We're not at war. We're not in a healthcare emergency, and we're not technically in a recession. We're not. $2.4 trillion deficit. $35 trillion in debt. And so as we push forward with discussions about continuing resolution or appropriations, let's just recognize that we can't afford all of the things that we're spending money on. And we're going to have to make some choices between things we want and other things that we want. And, there's been a lot of discussion here. My friend, Mr. Massey, spoke earlier about some things, and we're going to pass this bill through the House, hopefully on Wednesday, and it'll go to the Senate, and the Senate will do what they do, and that's nothing. And the reason the Senate doesn't pass appropriation measures is because it gives the majority leader, Chuck Schumer, all of the power. It's intentional. He's a power-hungry individual. His oath to the Constitution means nothing to him. And so by not passing appropriation measures, it means everything gets negotiated out through his office. It's not the way we want to do things because it diminishes the role of the people's elected representatives, but it's the way he does things. Fortunately, if you believe the polls, he won't be the majority leader. And I do believe the polls. I think the Republicans will control the Senate next year. And I'm going to say this. All this discussion about 60 days, 90 days, 180 days, ultimately, there's an election coming in 56 days. 56 days from now, the public's going to make a decision. They're going to choose a Republican president or a Democratic president, a Republican House or a Democratic House, a Republican Senate or a Democratic Senate. That's what's going to happen in our democracy. And I would tell you the likelihood, whether we do a 60, a 90, or 180-day resolution, let's say we do 60 or 90 days, is that whoever wins simply doesn't do a whole lot, and we end up with another 90-day continuing resolution. So why not just go ahead and do 180 days? This is what happens in presidential election cycles. We've had the continuing resolutions, and then someone gets elected president, and they ask for another continuing resolution so that they can then get their people seated. And I think that's, in all likelihood, what will happen again. So why not just go ahead and do 180 days and take the potential shutdown off the table? Take the shutdown off the table. 60 days puts you at November the 29th, which gives us maybe 10 days after the election. If we do 60 days, maybe 10 days. What's going to change? The Senate's not going to do anything after the election. You got Thanksgiving break in there. If you go 90 days, it puts you December 29th, the Sunday after Christmas. So the Dems have got this argument about 60 days or 90 days. Ultimately, we're going to end up with 180 days of continuing resolutions, I believe. So let's just go ahead and do 180 days of continuing resolution. Let's take the shutdown off the table so the American citizens don't have to worry about that over Thanksgiving or Christmas or January or February. And then if we can come to an agreement, that recognizes that we can't afford to spend as much as we're spending, then hopefully we can get something done. Unfortunately, it would be an omnibus and not individual appropriation measures. But the 180 days is not a reason to be against the piece of legislation. If you run the calendar, the 180 days is not a reason to be against the piece of legislation. And if you're for illegal immigrants voting in this country, then you should stand for that before the American citizens in November. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. I do want to thank our witnesses for their testimony and their endurance. This panel is excused. As we transition, I want to welcome our second panel, Representative Gooden and Subcommittee Ranking Member Johnson from the Committee on Judiciary to the witness table. Representative Gooden, I welcome your testimony.
And I think during the Rules Committee, we're considering H.R. 1398, the Protecting America's Innovation and Economic Security from CCP Act, which focuses our attention to the single greatest threat to the American people, the Chinese Communist Party. The threat we face from China needs no introduction. Catering to all those threats, I will repeat, the CCP is the sole entity in control of China, and they are at war with us, the United States, and the socioeconomic and
Mr. Chairman, we can barely hear.
Because the microphone was not on. I apologize. Our intelligence community has been raising these concerns for years, labeling China the defining threat of our generation. These concerns were also echoed in FBI Director Wray's testimony before the Judiciary Committee when he said, quote, "No country presents a broader, more comprehensive threat to our ideas, innovation, and economic security than the CCP. China's multi-pronged war against our people, economy, and infrastructure has caused the CCP to infiltrate our communities, sow disharmony, and steal our hard-earned successes. The CCP achieves this by aggressively targeting and recruiting civilians to spy on other Chinese nationals and to steal critical data from their employers. The sectors most targeted by Chinese espionage are the bedrock of American innovation, academic institutions, R&D, and IP. CCP-backed espionage against American companies has become rampant in recent years. Trade theft alone cost our economy over $500 billion annually, with China behind most of it. This bill addresses the problem by creating a dedicated program under the DOJ called the CCP Initiative, prioritizing a focus on countering economic espionage. The initiative establishes an enforcement strategy to protect critical sectors most vulnerable to the CCP's thievery: academic institutions, R&D labs, and the defense industrial base. And while the intelligence community sounded the alarm on China's continued infiltration of our society, the Biden-Harris administration has shuttered the existing programs already. And thanks to them, we regressed without a justifiable cause. And now we have a virtually non-existent policy. And this bill fixes this administration's mistakes by adopting a clear, multifaceted approach. It builds a framework of multi-agency cooperation and mutual consultation, ensuring that effective measures against our nation's greatest threat are never compromised by an incompetent executive wing. To ensure the DOJ's cooperation and dedication of at least some resources in this area, there's an annual reporting requirement. Historically, Congress has not been updated. And by passing this bill, we will not only counter existing cases and deter new attempts, but we will also signal that the CCP's days of targeting our communities are over. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill to safeguard our country, our people, and our future against the greatest threat of our lifetime. Thank you.
Chair, gentleman yields back, Chair. Thanks, the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The legislation before us today would establish a, quote, CCP initiative, end quote, within the National Security Division of the Department of Justice. The CCP initiative will This legislation is simply the Trump administration's failed China initiative by another name. For many of us, the clear drawbacks and minimal successes of the Trump program were obvious in real time, and I'm proud to say that I opposed the Trump China initiative throughout its short existence. I was glad to see the program finally ended after 2 years of the Biden administration back in 2022. Resurrecting this failed program, as this bill would do, represents a clear step backwards. When the Trump Justice Department launched what it called the China Initiative in 2018, they claimed its purpose was to counter efforts by the Chinese government to steal American intellectual property. Instead, for nearly 4 years, the National Security Division brought a series of unsupportable cases against Chinese academics at the height of their careers. The government was forced to drop many of these prosecutions. Others failed in court. Even more were overturned on appeal. No matter how you look at the data, a postmortem analysis shows that the China Initiative was an undisputed failure. From the flimsy cases brought under this program to the so-called brain drain of scientists of Chinese descent who left American research labs, the China Initiative hurt our interest here at home. The Trump DOJ devoted significant resources to targeting professors of Chinese descent working in the United States, diverting crucial funding and personnel that could have been used to investigate and combat actual economic espionage and trade secret theft. But the China Initiative did not just waste valuable resources. If you were a person of Chinese descent working in American higher education, you were a suspect. Rather than keeping America safe, the China Initiative divided workplaces, ruined careers, and contributed to anti-Asian hate at the height of the pandemic. Many of my colleagues remember the vitriol, the careless word choice, and the characterization of otherness directed at Asian Americans during that time. Programs like the China Initiative, with its explicit targeting of Chinese citizens working in the United States, only served to amplify these tensions. Finally, the China Initiative produced a chilling effect that hampered American innovation. We now know that foreign talent was discouraged from moving to American companies, and Chinese researchers were less likely to accept positions at our institutions of higher learning. In September of 2022, a report by the Asian American Scholars Forum found that between December 21st and a September 2022 report by the Asian American Scholars Forum found that between December of 2021 and March of 2022, 42% of the over 1,300 faculty members surveyed nationwide reported being fearful of conducting research in the United States. A further 61% felt pressure to leave the United States, and 45% intended to avoid federal grant applications. It's foolhardy to punish China by harming American innovation, but by discouraging researchers from working here, that is exactly what we did. Countries around the world send their best and brightest to the United States for education and to perform valuable research in our academic institutions. But instead of welcoming their contributions to our economy and to our society, programs like the China Initiative encourage them to take their training and their talents elsewhere. We cannot quantify those missed opportunities. There's no way to know what inventions never came to be, but we can realize when we make a mistake and move on. This bill would prevent us from doing so. Despite these well-documented failures, my colleagues across the aisle are adamant that we force the DOJ to restart this failed program. In fact, reviving the China initiative is a key plank of the notorious Project 2025 agenda, the blueprint for a potential Trump administration. Republicans cannot credibly argue that resurrecting this program is about keeping Americans and our business secrets safe, because we know that racial profiling professors of Chinese descent was unsuccessful. It did, however, contribute to an us versus them mentality that divided Americans and heightened tensions across the country. It is particularly disappointing that we are engaging in this partisan exercise, because the fact is that Democrats and Republicans largely agree that China does pose a threat to the United States. The Judiciary Committee's Intellectual Property Subcommittee, where I am ranking member, has conducted several bipartisan hearings on the threat posed by the Chinese government's theft of trade secrets. Democrats and Republicans agreed that there is a real significant threat to our economy and national security. There are bipartisan bills out there for markup, ones that could pass on suspension today, but instead the majority has chosen to take up highly partisan bills that divide us. Since the end of the China initiative, the DOJ has embraced a broader strategy to counter threats from hostile nations, not just China, but Iran, North Korea, and, to the disappointment of Donald Trump, Russia. The Disruptive Technology Strike Force has been lauded by both sides of the aisle for doing what the China initiative failed to do. It collaborates across agencies to prevent nation-state actors from illicitly acquiring our most sensitive technology by successfully investigating and prosecuting illegal procurement networks, including those involving Chinese nationals. We are on the right path to protecting our nation's secrets and keeping Americans safe. This legislation would take us in the opposite direction, and I encourage members to oppose this legislation, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman. I don't know, Representative Gooden, do you have any response to some of the things that have just been said?
Sure. I'll say that during the Trump initiative, which was then called the China initiative, there were 8 convictions, and since it has been discontinued, there have only been 2. And I'm always disappointed when I hear the race card played, but I'm happy to talk about that with respect to China, because they are actually the one who use race as a factor. They prey on Chinese Americans. And when I say we have to protect our people, I'm talking about our people that are Chinese Americans. And many times they come here, they are successful, they are very hesitant to develop new products, new ideas. They're worried about their families back in mainland China, if they have families still back home that are preyed on by the Chinese government. They're threatened. We've got police stations, Chinese police stations in various cities in the United States of America. We've had this recent example of the governor of New York's staffer being a Chinese spy. The severity of the problem is really quite great. But this is really one issue where I think it's important to talk about race, because the racists here are the Chinese Communist Party, because they don't pick on folks that, frankly, look like all of the members that I'm looking at on this committee. They're picking on Chinese Americans, and I think it's wrong. And the Chinese Americans that we talk to, they actually are in fear in many cases with the predatory practices by the Chinese Communist Party. And I think what this bill does is it seeks to address a problem that FBI Director Wray said was truly one of our greatest problems here in the United States. and that is to send a message to the Chinese Communist Party that we are going to take care of our people. And our people are the Chinese American citizens that are preyed on by this government.
Thank you. I will have no further questions. I'll yield to the ranking member.
I have no questions. Thank you for being here.
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I would just simply, and I appreciate the opportunity to respond, I would just simply say that out of 150 prosecutions leveled at Chinese people working in America during the Trump reign, only 8 convictions, and I believe that there have been a fair number of those that have been overturned on appeal. That's not a good record. In fact, it shows a record of failure. And in terms of the race card being played, Donald Trump has been the master of it, even more than if you accept the argument that the Chinese government is racist for preying on its own people, which it does. Donald Trump has been even more racist in his xenophobic appeals than the Chinese government has been.
Mr. Chairman, I object to, I mean, it's not appropriate to call specifically somebody racist in this committee. It's just not. Calling somebody by name and calling them a racist is not appropriate.
Well, I'm
John,
talking
that's
about
correct.
racist policies. I'll clarify. And with that, I yield back.
Sure, thanks, gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for questions.
Thank you. And I have no other questions. I don't know if there was anything else you can add, but you sounded like you covered what you needed to. And is that correct? With that, I yield back.
Thank you. I want to thank our witnesses for appearing before us today. This panel is excused. I want to welcome our third panel, Representative Self and Representative Dean from the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Welcome both of you to the witness table. Representative Self, we welcome your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member of the government, for the opportunity to testify. I am the original co-sponsor of H.R. 1425, Congressman Tom Tiffany's no WHO pandemic preparedness treaty without Senate political act. I'm a strong supporter of this bill and urge my colleagues to support it as well.
The bill's title simply states its purpose. I'll start, though, with a story from Iraq back before reality hit, when we still thought that we could design a constitution for Iraq, much along the lines of the constitution that we designed for the U.S. designed for Japan, that worked and brought them into a democracy. While we were considering it, some wag remarked, "Why don't we just give them our constitution? After all, we're not using it." Now, to this bill. Fundamentally, this is a constitutional issue. This bill ensures that the Biden-Harris administration does not circumvent Congress by specifying that any international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response that is agreed to by the World Health Assembly is considered a treaty and sent for advice and consent by the Senate. Let me quote from Section 4 of the bill itself. Any convention, agreement, or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response reached by the World Health Assembly pursuant to the recommendations, report, or work of the international negotiating body established by the Second Special Session of the World Health Assembly is deemed to be a treaty that is subject to the requirements of Article 2, Section 2, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the United States, which requires the advice and consent of the Senate, with 2/3 of the Senate concurring. Our founders of the Constitution wisely included a requirement for the United States to accede to any international treaty. A Senate supermajority would be required. In other words, when it comes to imposing international obligations on Americans, the executive branch cannot go it alone. In our Republican system of government, the people's elected representatives in Congress must give their approval. This is wise because it ensures a measure of diplomatic stability. Without the Senate's advice and consent, American foreign relations would seesaw every 4 years, according to the whims of any given administration. Finally, this constitutional provision is logical and common sense. An international treaty that cannot command the support of 2/3 of the Senate is likely not a good treaty. This proposed World Health Organization pandemic treaty is no exception. It especially needs proper review and debate by the people's elected representatives in the Senate. We owe American taxpayers no less. Diving into such an agreement without the Senate's advice and consent would be deeply irresponsible. Far too attention has been paid to what this treaty would mean for health policy in the United States and elsewhere. Americans remember, and we're still recovering, from the devastations experienced because the WHO mishandled COVID-19, and the WHO still has not addressed China's involvement in the pandemic creation to prevent its repeat. Ongoing pandemic treaty negotiations this year, conducted by the intergovernmental negotiating body of the World Health Assembly, have brought to light serious issues in the draft: a lack of transparency in the negotiation process, undefined financial obligations, more authority for the WHO, soft infringements on American sovereignty, threats to both intellectual property rights and free speech, potential funding for abortion and woke ideology, and zero accountability for China. As written, the treaty would entail giving more U.S. taxpayer dollars to WHO bureaucrats, even though the U.S. has already spent billions on pandemic preparedness. We've given $450 million to the World Bank Pandemic Fund, already exceeding our 33% required cap in U.S. total contributions. If the plans that go through, we would give another $250 million, which would be over 55% of total paid contributions to the fund. In total, we've spent well over $2 billion in global health security, which along with these pandemic fund donations goes toward global health system strengthening, including the creation of national health information systems, strengthening the global supply chains and healthcare workforce, and beefing up laboratories. Frankly, we've had international health regulations since 2005 as a mechanism to address infectious disease outbreaks and other public health emergencies around the world. The IHRs were just updated in May to include a new financial mechanism. So why do we need yet another funding stream of U.S. dollars for pandemic preparedness? Americans don't support empowering unelected bureaucrats at the WHO who don't hold American values. Americans do not support turning a blind eye to the Chinese Communist Party's complicity in the disastrous spread of COVID-19. This bill reaffirms our voices through their elected senators. Please join me in voting in favor of H.R. 1425. And quite simply, I ask this committee that you rule the U.S. Constitution in order in the 118th Congress. I yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank you, Chair Burgess, Ranking Member McGovern, Representative Self. Thank you for allowing me to be here on behalf of Representative Meeks and others. You know, we must not forget the dark times that COVID-19 brought to our communities across the United States and globally. including the tragic number of lives lost due to the illness. More than 1.2 million Americans lost their lives, and more than 7 million people nationwide. My own mother-in-law died of COVID, and I'm sure others on this committee have had family members lost to that extraordinary pandemic. H.R. 1425 is sadly, nakedly, a partisan attempt to subvert U.S. diplomatic efforts to reach a pandemic accord agreement alongside 194 World Health Organization member states. What the draft pandemic agreement does is it helps coordinate global response to public health threats that do not observe borders. It strengthens the global health workforce, improves distribution of medical countermeasures, and provides funding for WHO members to improve their response capacity. We must not miss this opportunity to improve global health, including to prevent the tragic loss of life in the United States and globally. This agreement could be a watershed moment in advancing global health security and learning from the mistakes made during the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and how we can work together to address the next pandemic without sacrificing our sovereignty. We must support the ongoing pandemic agreement negotiations, as it could prove essential to saving American lives. Unfortunately, this bill only serves to undermine diplomatic efforts seeking to strengthen global health security. House Foreign Affairs Democrats unanimously opposed this measure. As we made clear when the bill was being marked up by our committee in July, the president has the authority of acceding to an agreement through executive action alone, without the advice and consent of the Senate. Whereas Senate ratification, followed by a presidential signature, is the formal process by which treaties are ratified under the United States Constitution. But put plainly, this is not a treaty. The vast majority, 90% of all U.S. international legal agreements are approved via executive action rather than formal Senate approval. While framed as an effort to increase congressional oversight, this bill is aimed at blocking a policy aimed at international cooperation, with which Republican members disagree, by hampering current U.S. multilateral diplomatic efforts to reach a pandemic agreement, a process that has faced an avalanche of malign mis- and disinformation. The Biden-Harris administration has made a good faith effort to notify Congress of its planned actions regarding U.S. negotiations, and these efforts have been met with unanimous opposition from Senate and House Republicans, who have voiced their opposition to any agreement, no matter its contents. One of the misleading claims made by critics of the draft pandemic agreement includes the claim that it would subvert U.S. sovereignty. Yet, in fact, the draft pandemic agreement explicitly states that it does not give the World Health Organization any power to dictate specific policy to member nations, and that member states may implement policies according to their sovereign laws. The Biden-Harris administration has made it clear they will not support any agreement harmful to U.S. interests, including our sovereignty. Securing the pandemic agreement could prove essential to saving American lives. This bill undermines diplomatic efforts seeking to strengthen global health and security, and I, along with all House Foreign Affairs Committee Democrats, unanimously oppose this measure. I thank the chair and the ranking member for the opportunity to provide these remarks, and I stand ready for your questions.
Gentlelady yields back, Chair. Thanks, Gentlelady. I got to tell you, this is a treaty. I mean, there's just no other way to slice it. And we don't surrender our sovereignty by relying on the Constitution and asking our colleagues in the Senate to offer their advice and consent, and 2/3 of them being in concurrence, then it can go forward. I'm just reminded of the days in the the Obama administration, when we were through an executive action, what I thought was a treaty at the time, the JCPOA, the Iran deal, we were told it wasn't a treaty. It was going to be an executive action, and it goes over to the Senate for an up or down vote, not a 2/3 vote, no treaty negotiation. It was an up or down, take it or leave it. Of course, Democrats were in control, so it could easily pass the House. And look what that has done to us since then. We had Iran on the ropes. They could not function because of the maximum pressure that had been brought against them. And as a consequence, now we have them dealing in malign ways all over the world. And you on the Foreign Affairs Committee should know that better than anyone. So for my money, this is a treaty, requires Senate confirmation. I'll yield back and recognize the ranking member of the Rules Committee.
Well, thank you both. I appreciate your testimony. I agree more with Representative Dean than I do with you, Mr. Self, on this. But this is about coordinating a global response to public health threats that knows no borders, and I think it strengthens the global health workforce and improves distribution of medical countermeasures and provides funding for WHO members to improve their response capacity. So we just have a difference of opinion, but I thank you both for being here, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah,
You do this to me.
You have to get me to yield.
You do this to me all the time. My first year here in 2003, when the first SARS epidemic was visited upon the world, probably by the same people who brought us the COVID-19 pandemic, but that's yet to be determined. Taiwan was excluded by the World Health Organization. They weren't even allowed observer status. And they were the country that was probably most at risk during that pandemic. And I think then fast forward to COVID-19, Taiwan again denied even observer status at the World Health Organization. So don't tell me this is a global response to a global pandemic when the World Health Organization seems to behave in a way that recognizes that the Chinese are in fact in control of them. And I'm thank the gentleman for the time. If he has yielded back, I will yield back.
Yeah, I just would say I just disagree with your assessment, but I'll yield back.
Done from Georgia's ranking.
I'll just follow up, and I'll read just a brief bit from a magazine called Nature. WHO abandons plans for crucial second phase of COVID origins investigation. Sensitive studies in China were intended to pinpoint the source of the pandemic virus, which would have been important for the world to know, right? I think it would have been important for the world to know that. And the World Health Organization, should have played a role in that, could have played a role in that. But instead, if you just follow the article, and everybody knows this, quietly, the WHO has quietly shelved the second phase of its much anticipated scientific investigation into the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic, citing ongoing challenges over attempts to conduct crucial studies in China. I mean, it's an organization that no longer has credibility, and the idea that that they should dictate to American citizens what we can and can't do in this country is absolutely ridiculous. And there's a difference in cooperating with an organization and allowing them to control you. So I support the bill.
This is gentleman yield back. Chair thanks the gentleman. Seeing no other witnesses to ask questions, or no other members to ask questions, I want to thank our witnesses for being here with us today, and this panel is excused. And we are waiting on the next panel to arrive. Thank you.
Why don't you bang the gavel and just report out the rule? I mean,
see this one as yet.
Would it be okay with you if we let August proceed? So welcome our fourth panel.
I'm with you tonight.
Welcome our fourth panel, Representative Pfluger and Representative Ivey from the Committee on Homeland Security. Mr. Ivey has not yet arrived, but Mr. Pfluger, we're prepared to welcome your testimony, and we'll let Mr. Ivey testify when he arrives.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Thank you for holding this hearing today to discuss my bill, H.R. 1516, the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and Chinese Entities of Concern Act. For years, the Chinese Communist Party, working through the People's Liberation Army, the PLA, has executed sophisticated propaganda and espionage campaigns across the globe. And of particular concern is the CCP's practice of exploiting the open and collaborative nature of American academia to conduct widespread industrial and military espionage inside the United States. Confucius Institutes, I'll just say CIs for short, were first established in America in 2004. And these initiatives were marketed by the CCP as a mechanism to promote Chinese language and culture, to support local Chinese teaching internationally and facilitate cultural exchanges. However, it quickly became apparent that Confucius Institutes were an extension of the CCP's global influence apparatus, allowing it to impact the decisions of academic institutions to spy on activities inside the homeland and promote military-civil fusion programs. Military-civil fusion is the CCP's aggressive national strategy to help the PRC develop the most technologically advanced military in the world by the year 2049, often through the theft of American intellectual property and trade secrets. The United States government has rightly taken some successful action against this encroachment in the last several years. The fiscal year 2021 NDAA the NDAA prohibited DoD funding from going to institutions of higher education that host Confucius Institutes. Now, it is time for the Department of Homeland Security to take similar action. Under no circumstance should a school in the United States be allowed to receive DHS funding while tacitly accepting the CCP's money that comes with the price tag of fealty. The legislation we are discussing today, H.R. 1516, ensures that schools prioritize the security of their scientific research programs and technological development efforts above a paycheck from the CCP or entities affiliated with the CCP or the PLA. Specifically, this legislation restricts DHS funding from going to universities who maintain relationships with entities connected to the CCP or who support the PRC's military civil fusion programs. This bill ensures taxpayer dollars are appropriately used and encourages universities to end relationships with partners who do not have America's best interest in mind. More importantly, this bill ensures U.S. institutions are free of foreign malign influence, protects students and faculty who speak out against the CCP's nefarious actions, and ensures universities and colleges remain safe from having research and development work stolen by the PRC. According to President Biden's national security strategy, the PRC harbors the intention and increasingly the capacity to reshape the international order in favor of one that tilts the global playing field to its benefit, even as the United States remains committed to managing the competition between our countries responsibly, end quote. All of us in this room should be clear-eyed and united in combating the greatest national security threat that faces our nation. For these reasons, I hope that everyone supports my legislation. I thank Chairman Green for bringing the bill for markup and all of my colleagues who have co-sponsored the bill. And again, I'd like to thank Chairman Burgess for bringing this bill up for discussion today, and I look forward to answering your questions. I yield back.
Chair, thanks, the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. In the last Congress, the Homeland Security Committee produced a bipartisan bill, H.R. 7779, that cracked down on the PRC and the Chinese Communist Party while also protecting American colleges at the same time from unintended consequences. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues have chosen to reject that bipartisan approach, which was voted out of the committee, and returned to a bill prior to the amendments, which raised some of the same problems that we're going to provide amendments to try and fix today. And I wanted to walk through a couple of those quickly. First of all, there's no waiver language. You heard the reference to the Department of Defense language, but the Department of Defense language actually contains waiver language that is expressly removed from this bill and was contained in H.R. 7779. And the concern about that is this bill also it broadens the reach of the coverage, so it doesn't just focus on the CI entities. It also covers a broader range of entities, Chinese entities that's defined in the bill. That includes almost any college or university. And so this creates a risk for American colleges and universities of running into an accidental scenario where they could lose DHS funding for accidental reasons and unintended consequential sorts of scenarios. We're also concerned about potential impact for, and there are amendments to try and address this. There's no waiver for FEMA natural disaster funding. That's one of the amendments that's offered. Could be catastrophic for colleges or universities at the same time they need the funding the most, which would be during hurricanes, tornadoes, or other types of natural disasters. There's no waiver for terrorism. Now, in the current DHS funding that's provided, they provide active shooter training to address scenarios like Virginia Tech, and also CP3 funding for terrorism prevention efforts. Now, the goal of this would be to make sure that we protect science and technology information and R&D that China's frankly been stealing for years. And so we certainly all come together in supporting the efforts to preclude that and prevent that. But this also does things that we're not worried about, like stopping students from going to China to learn the language or to compete in sporting events. So I would ask the committee, when the amendments are offered, that we restore the language that was excised from 7779, the bipartisan bill that passed the committee last year, and move back towards a bipartisan approach to try and address the concerns that we all care about, and at the same time protect American universities and colleges from unintended consequences that might be damaging to America. We don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I ask that the committee reject this particular piece of legislation in absence of the amendments.
So,
and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair thanks. The gentleman, Chair has no questions. I'll yield to the gentlelady from Minnesota.
I have no.
Gentlelady has no questions. Gentleman from Georgia, no questions. Seeing no member on the Democrat side, this panel is then excused.
You guys are so lucky. Look at you.
We were both right.
Maybe I should have asked them, yeah.
Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's such an exciting time for me to be with you all on the Rules Committee. Today, we're considering an important legislation that will take steps to ensure that the Chinese companies can no longer be the ultimate beneficiary of the luxury electric vehicle tax credits that the Democrats enacted last Congress. When the Democrats enacted the Inflation Reduction Act, they said that the bill would help secure domestic supply chains and decrease dependence on the Chinese Communist Party in critical industries, but they were wrong. Republicans knew at the time that this would not be the result of the IRA, but unfortunately, the Biden administration has been determined to cede as much market share to many of our taxpayer dollars to foreign adversaries with the implementation of these credits as possible. The administration has been more concerned about bowing to radical environmentalists than in actually helping develop the technologies right here in America. The legislation will close the Chinese billionaire loophole that currently allows those entities owned by billionaires from countries of concern to benefit from the EV subsidies, as long as their ties to these hostile governments are deemed unofficial. The administration has put out regulations on the EV credit that effectively exclude the top half of the supply chain from being subject to any limitation at all. This bill will also ensure none of the components going into the batteries are sourced from China. Finally, this bill will prevent companies from benefiting from this tax break if they merely partner with foreign entity of concern firms without actually developing any domestic intellectual property or knowledge transfer. Thank you again for taking up this important bill for consideration. Mr. Chairman, I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes and choose American taxpayers over Chinese billionaires. The choice is clear. I yield.
Gentlelady yields back chair. Thanks, the gentlelady. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And inasmuch as this very well could be my last appearance before the Rules Committee, I'm leaving Congress at the end of this term. I want to express my gratitude for two things: for your service and the fact that nobody ever successfully recruited me to serve on this committee. You do a lot of work, you spend a lot of time, and we do appreciate it, but I'm happy to only be here on this side of the table. When it comes to manufacturing, and a subject that is near and dear to my district, and particularly auto manufacturing, we have two choices. The choice to either let China continue to dominate manufacturing, including dominate the production of electric vehicles, or we can invest in American manufacturing to create jobs right here in the U.S. and ensure that American workers are building those vehicles here at home. The electric vehicle tax credit is helping to lower costs for consumers, and we make sure that we continue to make vehicles here in America with American workers. During the pandemic, we had an economic crisis, but now America has one of the strongest economies in the world. Over the last several years, 16 million new jobs have been created, and there's been record small business growth. Stock market is at all-time highs, wages are up, inflation is coming down. We know it's a problem, but it's coming down. But there's more work to do for sure, especially lowering costs for working families on everyday items like gas, groceries, and housing. But for the first time in a very long time, we're seeing a manufacturing boom in America. Under the last administration, we were seeing more jobs go overseas. Now, hundreds of thousands of new manufacturing jobs have already been created in the U.S., with more manufacturing projects being planned or currently under construction. And I can attest to this. We're seeing that in my district, huge projects, investments that are putting people to work in good-paying manufacturing jobs in the future, great-paying jobs that you can raise a family on at companies like SK Siltron in Bay County and Hemlock Semiconductor in Saginaw County, helping to propel the clean energy manufacturing economy. Over the last 2 years, since the Democratic Congress, President Biden and Vice President Harris acted, over $175 billion in private investment has been announced to build electric vehicles here in America, to build those cars here, including both vehicles and batteries. Republicans and Democrats in the past have worked together on a bipartisan basis to stand up to China and to protect U.S. manufacturing from China's unfair trade practices. And this, of course, included our historic work on the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act to ensure that products made in Xinjiang with forced labor didn't enter our markets or undermine American workers. It also includes our work to strengthen oversight of foreign investments from China, like Chinese joint ventures with U.S. companies and investments in sensitive industries by modernizing CFIUS, which I know is a subject that this committee will hear more about shortly. We can and should continue to work together on these meaningful bipartisan steps to protect our national security and our economy. Unfortunately, this legislation doesn't do that. And it's been fairly clear that this is an attempt to eliminate the tax credits, including the EV tax credit, that is actually helping to boost American manufacturing and lower costs for consumers. This bill would undermine our efforts to bring thousands of good manufacturing jobs to the U.S. It would raise taxes on hardworking families who are simply trying to purchase a vehicle. Much of what has been said about the EV tax credit, even in this hearing, is simply factually incorrect. I'd be happy to address any of those subjects. But this legislation is the wrong direction for American manufacturing, for American workers, and the wrong direction for our economy. And because of those reasons and many others, I urge my colleagues to oppose the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. Chair thanks the gentleman for his kind remarks. The chair will observe that I find myself more inclined toward the arguments of Ms. Miller, but in the interest of time, I'm going to yield to the ranking member.
I agree with everything Mr. Kildee said, I have the same concerns, but I have no questions.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Minnesota.
And since we're making it quick, I agree with everything Mrs. Miller said, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Let's see if we could get a whole, complete agreement. It's just not bipartisan. Thank you so much for explaining it so thoroughly. And yes, I'll be a no on this aspect of the rule. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. No questions from the gentleman from Georgia.
Yeah.
Seeing no further members wishing to ask questions, I want to thank this panel for their testimony and staying with us for so long, and this panel is excused.
You try to set back up a standard. You try.
I'd like to welcome our sixth panel. Say that again, our sixth panel. Representative Lucas and Representative Beatty from the Committee on Financial Services to the witness table. Representative Lucas, we welcome the summary of your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify before you on H.R. 9456, the Protecting American Agriculture from Foreign Adversaries Act. I thank the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse, for sponsoring this legislation, which combines bipartisan legislation, including from myself, to address national security threats posed by foreign investments in the agricultural sector. This bill will officially add the Secretary of Agriculture to the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS, a critical step to ensure that agricultural deals are appropriately reviewed. USDA has traditionally included CFIUS deliberations on a case-by-case basis, but I have long argued that we need a statutory requirement so that CFIUS takes advantage of USDA's expertise across all ag-related deals. This includes not only agricultural land sales, but also foreign investment in ag-related biotechnology, storage, and transportation. H.R. 9456 guarantees that the Secretary of Ag will have a seat at the table. The Ag Secretaries under both the Trump and the Biden administration agree that this is a necessary step. In addition to H.R. 9456 creates connective tissue between USDA and CFIUS by requiring CFIUS to examine USDA's referrals of farmland transactions. USDA has long collected data on foreign interest in agricultural real estate. This is an important source of foreign investment data. H.R. 9456 is designed for USDA to refer particularly sensitive transactions captured by the USDA to CFIUS. Then the interagency process must determine whether review is appropriate. These sensitive transactions will focus on farmland purchases tied to the People's Republic of China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea. By targeting our adversaries, we avoid overburdening CFIUS with time-intensive assessments of deals that pose little, if any, national security risk. After all, around 60% of foreign land holdings in the farmland holdings in the United States are tied to just 5 American allies: Canada, the Netherlands, Italy, United Kingdom, and Germany. We want to concentrate on the countries that merit the greatest scrutiny. That's what H.R. 9456 does. This bill is the combination of two pieces of legislation that received unanimous recorded votes as a part of the Financial Services Committee markup last fall. My legislation, the inclusion of the Agricultural Secretary as a CFIUS member, and my colleague from Missouri, Blaine Lutemeyer's legislation, the USDA referral system, both enjoyed unanimous bipartisan support. In addition, very slightly modified versions of these measures were enacted in the FY24 appropriations in March, and I was pleased to see these policies be the law of the land. H.R. 9456 allows us to permanently authorize them rather than rely on annual appropriations process, and as my colleagues know, I serve on both the Financial Services and the Ag Committee. I know that crafting foreign investment policies in the ag sector can be complex. Congress has consistently reaffirmed support for foreign investment in the United States while recognizing that sometimes national security risks must be resolved. This legislation serves both of these interests in a thoughtful way that upholds our economic values while safeguarding the security of the agricultural sector. I again thank the Rules Committee for considering this legislation, and I welcome your questions.
Chair, thanks the gentleman. The gentlelady, Ms. Beatty, is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Burgess and Ranking Member McGovern. I'm here today to voice a serious concern with H.R. 9456, sponsored by Mr. Newhouse. I serve as ranking member of the Subcommittee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions, and I can attest that there has been strong bipartisan support for measures from the Financial Services Committee to counter threats to our security from the People's Republic of China. In fact, the House has passed 2 suspension bills on China from our committee just earlier this evening. Moreover, the Financial Services Committee marked up 2 bills that were very similar to H.R. 9456 with a unanimous committee vote, and a version of those 2 bills became law very recently in March as part of the Consolidated Appropriation Act of 2024, an effort that was led by Representative Lutemeier, chair of the National Security Committee. So it is perplexing. Why is this committee is now considering H.R. 9456, which would duplicate what we already passed into law again 6 months ago? This bill backtracks on the bipartisan consensus with language that may appear similar, but in fact significantly changes existing law, hampers our ability to identify national security threats, and exacerbates concerns about racial profiling. I'd like to start by noting my concerns with the process under which this bill is being brought to the floor. The Financial Services Committee, which is the primary committee of jurisdiction, has never marked up this bill. In fact, this bill was only introduced 3 days ago, giving members and staff very little time to analyze the text and receive feedback from Treasury and outside groups. And since there has been no opportunity for the committee to debate on the matter, one would think that the Rules Committee would at least allow for an open amendment process to ensure that members have an opportunity to weigh in. But instead, I understand that this bill will likely be brought to the floor under a closed rule, denying all members the ability to offer amendments. I'd like to confirm if that's accurate or not. Given that we have already passed the law, again, 6 months ago, to cover the concerns surrounding these issues, there is no policy reason that I can see why this would be so urgent. Now, let me explain precisely how this bill differs from what we just passed. Like existing law, this bill would add the Secretary of Agriculture as a member of the Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States, or CFIUS, for the purpose of vetting foreign investments related to agriculture. Unlike the law we passed, again, 6 months ago, this bill substantially expands the kinds of transactions that the Secretary of Agriculture would be required to report to CFIUS, to include countless matters that have nothing to do with our national security. Currently, the law is tailored to direct the Secretary of Agriculture to work with the United States Intelligence Committee to identify those transactions that may pose a threat to our national security. Instead, this bill would have the Secretary of Agriculture make determinations as to which transactions pose a threat to our national security without any evidence for such determinations or support from the United States Intelligence Committee to make such a determination. The Secretary of Agriculture, as we know, is not an expert on national security, so without support of the United States intelligence community, they will likely be inclined to simply report all transactions under this bill. Further, unlike the law that was enacted, remind you again, 6 months ago, the bill targets foreign persons, meaning individuals and entities of China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea. This term could be interpreted to include anyone with citizenship in those countries. It could cover people who are here in the United States with green cards or other visas from those countries. And it could even be interpreted to include a company based in, let's say, France or another U.S. ally that happens to have a branch in one of those named countries. This poorly written definition will only result in significantly expanding racial profiling by forcing enhanced scrutiny of people legally in the United States without a shred of evidence that they pose any threat to our national security. This goes against our core values, equal protection, and due process, which are enshrined, as you know, in our Constitution. This bill will tell those ethnic minorities that for them, they are guilty until proven innocent, not the other way around. As the first ever chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, which was eliminated by Republicans this Congress, this is yet another alarming move taken by the majority. We've already seen how similar laws in states like Florida have harmed that state's economy and its residents, which makes passing such a policy for the entire United States even more confounding. I agree with the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, the National Iranian American Council, AAPI-HATE, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, and the Asian American Scholars Forum, who all oppose this bill. With these significant expansions to the kinds of transactions that the Secretary of Agriculture would have to report to CFIUS, the bill then requires CFIUS to review every report without the benefit of the extensive information that is typically found in CFIUS filings. This would inevitably overwhelm CFIUS with countless transactions to review, the vast majority of which have nothing to do with our national security. This bill is supposedly about national security, but it is effectively removing the national security nexus that is currently required for reporting. Notably, H.R. 9456 does not provide any new resources for either USDA or CFIUS to review these transactions. Both the USDA and CFIUS would be forced to redirect already limited resources to conduct pointless reviews, ultimately making it harder for them to actually identify real threats of our national security. Finally, I will note that because this bill adds language rather than amending existing law, it creates confusion and uncertainty as how these duplicative and conflicting provisions should be interpreted. It will undoubtedly generate legal challenges that will further tie up resources of CFIUS as well as the Department of Agriculture as they struggle to understand what their legal obligations are. Notably, this bill will make it easier for adversarial countries to thwart the efforts of CFIUS to protect our national security. These concerns and others have been raised by the Treasury Department, which worked closely, collaboratively, and successfully with Congress to tailor the language of the March 2024 law. Treasury also seems perplexed, as we are, that the issue is in front of us again. They also asked for changes to the bill text. Unfortunately, House Republican leadership is not interested in their substantive concerns and plans to advance this text bill without committee debate or opportunity for it to be amended. I implore this committee to put our national security first, not harm the good work that we've already done earlier this year, and reject H.R. 9456. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back the chair. Thanks, gentlelady. Gentleman from Oklahoma, I would just ask you if there's anything you have to offer in response.
Oh, my goodness, I thought I just heard a presentation on the merits and the dismerits of the Farm Bill. We could tempt it, Mr. Chairman, at humor. The bottom line on this bill is, how do we address the issue of foreign enterprises, many times dominated by foreign governments or organized crime in other countries, trying to acquire critical pieces of agricultural resources in this country, whether it's production land, processing, distribution, our food supply. I started work on this issue in 2018, and I couldn't get anybody's attention. Who cared? Until the Chinese started trying to buy farmland around military bases. And all of a sudden, people came alive. But it's more than just that. It is using these kind of resources to acquire our core production capacities in this country. In Oklahoma, it was organized crime from those countries buying up resources to produce marijuana, perhaps not legally. In the Midwest, it was these resources trying to acquire the best farmland, because if you own the farmland, then you can send the beans and corn wherever you want them to go. Or acquiring the feeding, processing, distribution systems for the food supply here in the United States. All legitimate issues. When Secretary Perdue and Secretary Vilsack discussed this, they understood and understand the importance of protecting this critical issue. Now, I know CFIUS was created in the 70s in the spirit of protecting our rocket factories and our military-related technology, our communications, all of those kind of things that affect national security. But I would argue if you can't feed yourself, that is the most important national security issue to be addressed. Why are we here with this bill by Mr. Newhouse? It's because even though the issues were addressed as a part of the appropriations process, it was felt by many of us that we needed to put certainty, not just continue this process of tacking stuff on appropriations bills every cycle, every year, but permanent law. I think we did a good job. I think Mr. Newhouse did a good job. Now, if you believe that looking over the shoulders of people who are potentially bad actors, who might threaten our survival as a nation, then I guess you don't like these kind of pieces of legislation. But as for me, it's been against the law for foreign entities to own farmland in Oklahoma for decades and decades and decades. This process will help my state authorities figure out who's violating that law and take action in Oklahoma. Again, I thank the Rules Committee for the opportunity to be here to discuss an issue that I think is critically important, to talk about making a provision of law that was passed as part of the appropriations process permanent, because it needs to be done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank both of you for being here. I'll yield to the ranking member.
Well, did you want to respond?
Let me just very briefly, I know the hour is late, but let me just say, and I certainly appreciate the comments from my colleague who mentioned he served on agriculture as well as financial services. It falls within Lutenmeyer and my subcommittee, which he does not serve on. But the most important thing, it wasn't marked up by agriculture either. And so I think when it's not marked up by agriculture, financial services, or even foreign affairs, we could have also codified the March language. When you look at this, it makes no sense. We spent a lot of time, and we always talk about working together. It passed in the markup unanimously out of the appropriate committee with the language. Then it actually bipartisan passed, went to the president, got signed into law. This makes no sense to come back 6 months later with this.
Well, let me just say, I welcome you both here at this late hour. And Mr. Lucas, I have too much respect for you to kind of say all the things that I want to say here today about the process. I mean, I don't even know, I mean, the deal is, last minute introduction, no markup, here we are before rules, you're gonna testify, and odds are there's gonna be no opportunity for people to amend any of this stuff. So it is what it is. It's China Week, so everything had to be rushed in to fit into this category. And as a result, legislation that really could be truly bipartisan has become very partisan. Maybe that's intentional. Maybe that's intentional. We just voted on a Biosecure Act that is so poorly drafted. Even I think my Republican friends will realize if it ever becomes law, just what a slippery slope you just went down on that bill. But whatever, it is what it is. I don't want to belabor the point. I want to get this over with. I'll yield back.
Chair thanks the gentleman for his very thoughtful remarks. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to say, Mr. Lucas, thank you for bringing it forward. I appreciate it. I'm from an ag district, and we see the concerns that are being addressed here. And you are absolutely right that food security is national security. And I think part of that, we even saw, you said in 2018 talking about this, but we saw what happened during the COVID lockdowns. And so thank you for bringing it forward. It's something that we truly do need to address. So thank you. I yield back.
Chair thanks, gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back to gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for questions.
Thank you so much, and hello. I just heard both of you talking about a similar concern that it's important that we prevent adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party and or their corporate subsidiaries from gaining ownership of important American assets that are essential to our national security. Is that right? That's what your concerns are, is right? So I guess, Representative Lucas, what I wonder about is our inconsistency in that, and the Republican inconsistency in that. That our adversaries can mine our rare earth and precious minerals that are important for computing and other high security needs. Here in America, they can come in and mine those, and they don't have to pay a dime. And because I don't want our adversaries to have that kind of access to important national security assets, I presented an amendment to say we should not allow that to happen. And every Republican on this committee, and then most Republicans, not all, voted that down. We got 8 Republicans willing to say that's not right, and they did a motion to recommit. So I think that those are the kinds of things that, why can't we do something that simple that actually gives away, not investing, giving away our natural resources, giving away our mineral resources to our adversaries. And yet, we're here with this bill that, as Representative Beatty pointed out, has lots of flaws. There's already something in the law that addresses this. And so that's what's frustrating, is that there is such inconsistency with regards to this. And with that, I'll yield back, and so we can move on, because we've got a rule to pass that will not allow much amendment. Was there anything you wanted to add, Representative Beatty?
I would just simply note that I appreciate the good lady's points, that this is an area that I've worked on because of my committee experience and my experience back home in my great state. I don't disagree for a moment that there are many issues in many areas that have to be addressed. But I've been here long enough to know that I work within the system as it exists, whether I always appreciate it as both being in the political minority or the political majority, and I've served in both.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. You did vote against that motion to recommit. When we actually passed it, we got 8 votes. And thank you very much for your concern. And with that, I yield back.
Chair thanks, gentlelady. Gentlelady yields back to gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for questions.
I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
No questions from Kentucky. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to commend Mr. Lucas for bringing this, and I think it's important that we understand that our adversaries want to take over our cropland, and we need to do anything and everything we can to stop it. I've encouraged my state legislature to take up issues. I think Arkansas is probably, of the states, done the best job of that. But appreciate you doing it, and also like to see no more solar panels on our farmland either, Mr. Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Gentleman yields back. Does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, gentlelady, have any questions? No questions from Pennsylvania. Seeing no other members wishing to ask questions, I want to thank the members for their testimony. This panel is excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So I'd like to call Mr. Biggs forward to speak on his amendment. We're happy to have you. Would you push that door, please? Illinois. Mr. Biggs, thank you for being with us tonight. You're recognized to speak on whatever amendments you wish to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you all. I know the hour's late. I will try to endeavor to be briefer than I normally am. So I thank you for that. And I also thank Congressman Higgins, Congressman Roy, and others who've worked diligently on the package that we're considering this week. I want to point out two things before I get into the meat of my talk here, is that the Department of the Treasury has indicated that over the past 366 days, the total national debt has increased by $2.44 trillion. Debt held by the public has increased by $2.18 trillion over the same period, and intergovernmental debt is $264.2 billion, which gives you that $2.44 trillion. Then I'll also point out that Secretary Austin recently released material where he indicated that the one thing, and I'll read this to you if I can. It's kind of small. The single most important thing that Congress can do to ensure U.S. national security is to pass timely legislation for all 12 appropriation bills for FY 2025. I don't disagree with what he was saying. Now, to the meat of this, I am an original co-sponsor of the SAVE Act, and I support its passage in the House. Sometimes when a must-pass legislative vehicle is a bill, we want to attach something like like the SAVE Act to that bill. Maybe we can get that passed. But in this particular case, we're continuing federal government spending at the levels conservatives have railed against for years. Both parties, my party, your party, everybody's party's guilty of this. I agree with the sentiment expressed by Congressman Massey earlier this week when he, and I'll just paraphrase, indicated that Congress is spending our country into oblivion. I think it is, as the Department of Treasury indicates and as Secretary Austin indicated. Now, the reality is Secretary Austin isn't the first Department of Defense or National Security Advisor who has told us that our number one security threat is our national debt. The status quo spending levels that this body aims to extend have led us to a national debt in excess of $35 trillion. Interest payments alone now exceed government spending on defense. This vehicle also fails to secure conservative policy riders. It continues to fund lawfare against President Trump. It continues to fund the Biden-Harris border crisis by allowing the mass paroles of migrants into the United States, and it continues to fund the salary and expense of Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary Mayorkas, the architect of the border crisis. The bill continues to fund racially discriminatory programs and trainings throughout the government, continues to fund a shiny new office for a federal agency that spies on American citizens. I urge my colleagues to consider another path. House Republicans have already passed bills that fund the majority of the discretionary budget.
We should reconcile those bills with the Senate and continue working to pass individual appropriation bills that bend down our spending trajectory. And if we can't reach an agreement before the end of the fiscal year, we can pass legislation to ensure that salaries of our military service members, border security and immigration agencies, and others are paid while we continue to negotiate other spending items. I firmly believe that our approach is flawed. The end does not justify the means when Congress' reckless spending will drown Americans in debt for generations to come. And I urge you to consider my amendments, which are in no special order, but I'll just let you know what they are. 1, no funding for special counsel to bring criminal prosecution of a former or current president or vice president of either party. No funding for local governments to take civil action or criminal prosecution against a former or current president or vice president. No funding for CBP-1 or a successor apt to facilitate parole of any alien to the United States. No funding for the salary and expenses of Secretary of Homeland Security, occupied by Alejandro Mayorkas. No funding for DEI programs or trainings. No funding for the new FBI headquarters in Maryland. And strike and replace the CR with funding a Secure America Act, which provides funding for salaries of armed forces, immigration and border security agents, and others responsible for keeping America safe, should we not be able to timely get our work done by the end of this fiscal year, which, since we just got off a 7-week break, makes it very, very difficult and to get that done. And so I recognize that I may be engaged in a Sisyphean task, but I shall continue to try to roll that boulder uphill every year. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank the committee. I know it's late. You guys had a merciless schedule on your first day back, but thank you. I yield.
We're young, we can handle it. I thank you for your testimony. I have no questions. The ranking member is recognized.
I just ask, if all your amendments are blocked, will you vote against the rule?
I'm not inclined to vote against the rule.
Then I have a prediction that they're going to block all your amendments.
Well,
appreciate you being here, but I think that's kind of where we are. So,
Mr. McGovern, if I can respond, yes, I anticipate all my amendments will be blocked, but I've gotten used to that by now.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized. No questions from Georgia. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So thank you. Seeing no other members wishing to ask questions, the witness is excused. Without objection, the written testimony of the following members will be included in the record. Mr. Arrington, Mr. Obernolte, Mr. Higgins. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on H.R. 1398, H.R. 1425, H.R. 1516, H.R. 7980, H.R. 9456, or H.R. 9494? Without objection, that closes the hearing portion of the meeting. Without objection, the committee stands in recess until 8:30. call Committee on Rules back to order. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee grant H.R. 1398, the Protect America's Innovation and Economic Security from CCP Act of 2024, a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The rule provides that in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-45 shall be considered as adopted and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule makes in order only the amendments printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report. Each amendment shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against the amendments printed in Part A of the Rules Committee report are waived. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 1425, the No WHO Pandemic Preparedness Treaty Without Senate Approval Act, under a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against the consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-44 shall be considered as adopted and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule further makes in order only the amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report. Each amendment shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against the amendments printed in Part B of the Rules Committee report are waived. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 1516, the DHS Restrictions on Confucius Institutes and the Chinese Entities of Concern Act, under a structured rule. The rule waives all points of order against the consideration of the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. The rule provides that in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Homeland Security, now printed in the bill pursuant to Part 2 of House Report 118-319, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-46 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule further makes in order only the amendments printed in Part C of the Rules Committee report. Each amendment shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. All points of order against the amendments printed in Part C of the Rules Committee report are waived. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 7980, the End Chinese Dominance of Electric Vehicles in America Act of 2024, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 9456, the Protecting American Agriculture from Foreign Adversaries Act of 2024, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the bill shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The rule provides one motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.R. 9494, the Continuing Appropriations and Other Matters Act of 2025, under a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that the amendment printed in Part D of the Rules Committee report shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against the provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. Finally, the rule provides for one motion to recommit.
Thank you very much. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
Yeah, I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee make an order amendment number 8 to H.R. 1516 offered by Representative Crockett, which provides that the Federal Emergency Management Agency funds are not restricted or prohibited for institutions of higher learning under subsection B. You know, as we heard earlier, the language of this bill is so overly broad and vague. As such, if enacted, this bill could lead to absurd results. The host of absurd outcomes that could result from this measure include colleges and universities losing out on disaster relief funding because of a research partnership. This amendment ensures that this bill won't affect institutions of higher learning's access to much-needed FEMA funds.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the amendment. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
No.
Mr. Reschenthaler, no. Mrs. Fishbach.
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey, no. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. McGovern.
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Leggio Fernandez. Ms. Leggio Fernandez, aye. Mr. Chairman.
Chair votes no.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
And the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Any further discussion or amendment to the rule?
What's the point? Yeah. No.
Is that a rhetorical question?
Yeah.
Hearing no further requests for amendments, the question is on the motion from the gentleman from New York. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
As for roll call.
Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Aye.
Mr. Reschenthaler, aye. Mrs. Fishbach.
Aye.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Massey.
Aye.
Mr. Massey, aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy, aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. McGovern.
No.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon.
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Leggio Fernandez. Ms. Leggio Fernandez, no. Mr. Chairman.
Chair votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, aye.
Clerk will report.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
And the ayes have it. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, Mr. Langworthy will be managing for the majority.
And I will for minority.
Gentleman from Massachusetts will manage for the minority. Without further objection, the committee is adjourned.